Hey guys, welcome back and welcome in. Welcome back to Everyday with Jay. I am your host, Jay. I'm glad you're here today. We have the AI overview of what we went over last night. That was super disturbing. But I hope you guys are having a great Saturday. It is Saturday, right? I've been getting my days wrong lately, ever since the new year. But hey, everybody, welcome in. Hey there, Dental Lori. Dental Lori's up early. Hey, Cindy, good to have you. Tracy Burton, the Real Cows. Mrs. Long, good to see you. And thank you for sharing in the comment section, Mrs. Long, and all of you guys. You guys have been amazing in the comment section. And just as a little FYI, behind me in the bathroom, we're working on our main bathroom. So the bathroom behind me is our only bathroom. So I might have to turn off my camera if people are coming in and out to use it, just so you know. So if I disappear, it's not because I'm smoking endlessly a whole pack of cigarettes. It's because I've got things going on at my house today. Hey, Stay Humble. Good to see you this morning. Hey, Mama Bear. Hi, Tempest and Shauna. Tudis. Hawkeye, it's always good to see you. Desire to go higher. Toe Beans is in the house. Oh, yes, and hit the like button. I always forget to ask people to do that. But if you could hit the like button, that'd be great. So let's get right into it. If you didn't see the Patreon, I did review it and I did post the entire thing for members. I would put it public, but I think that they'll strike it because there's no commentary in it. You know what I mean? So it's there for members and it's not to keep it behind a paywall or do anything crappy to you guys. It's just that I got to protect my channel, right? I want to bring you guys the latest from Hidden True Crime, but I also want to keep my channel. So, hey, Guzma. Hey, True Crime Kate. Hey, Sneaky Suspicion. Hello, Mannequin. Hey, Ballet Flats. Good morning to you. Hi, Sherry Rollins. Fig. Just another human. Hello, Ark. Good to see you again this morning. Hello, Sin. And yeah, we summoned Kresha with Under Kresha this morning. Thanks for being here, guys. Hey, Claudia. Your sanity was on a downward spiral. We don't want that. Stick around. Stick around. Yeah, and make sure you click on all. Yes. Here, I'll put that live. Go on live chat. Hey, Paul Sorensen. Horror Ho. Horror Ho. I love your name. Hey, Dee. Hey, Loves Pink. Sup, Mom Interrupted. Good to see you. I have to give a shout out. I got a gift of Coke Zero last night from Amazon from Laura. Laura G. Laura G. It's LORAG. Thank you so much for sending me a 12-pack of Coke Zero. You're a lifesaver. As a matter of fact, I was almost out. So it was like perfect timing. Good morning, Mindy Called. Good to see you this morning. I hope you're doing well. Staying warm out there in Ski, Utah area. Wait, hold on. I love Mindy. Here we go.
Ski, Utah.
Mindy, are you skiing Utah or are you staying warm? Oh, Canes, you're still sick. I hope you feel better soon. It's good to see everybody here today. I hope you guys are having a good day. Yeah, it's Binder Mindy. Binder Mindy. Hey, Carmel. Yes, Shortcake. Let's do it. Okay, so we watched this really weird Patreon where they talked about Grayson's dad being adopted, and then we had her grandpa being found in Canada deceased, her bio grandpa, her dad's real dad that was given up for adoption. And then she drops the bomb on John while Lauren's in the shitter that, you know, her brother, they thought that he might be schizophrenic in his 18-year whatever. And John seemed to get a little concerned. He was like, oh, so was your brother schizophrenic? He seemed a little concerned. Hello, Galen. You're not late at all. We played a few tunes. Welcome in. And the Real Cows, thank you for your super chat. It's you's 13th birthday, Jay. My son is officially a teenager. Oh, can you give him a shout out, please? Absolutely. Happy 13th, boy. And you better behave in your teenage years for your mother.
Everybody. Happy birthday, baby.
Happy birthday to you. Happy 13th. Enjoy it. Enjoy it. Those teenage years go fast. But I know you have great kids, Kels. Enjoy the day with your son. Wow. The big 1-3. Oh no, Cindy, you're getting the Coke Zero? Oh, Janice. I know, man. It's gross. And I'm glad that you have the balls to say that, Janice, because I've always felt that Dr. John was kind of creepy in his own right. Like, just bleh. Just bleh. It does fly by because the next thing you know, I mean, Kels has kids the same age as my granddaughter, which is wild to me. But yeah, it goes fast. It goes fast. Hey, moderator. Let's see what moderator has to say. You guys probably have a lot to say 'cause a lot of you were probably replayers last night. He is creepy. He's always given me weird vibes. I can't lie. Like, I really can't. I cannot tell a lie. Who said that? By the way, I updated. Hey, I was saying, I updated the widget according to Kels. Check it out. This is a test. We have Cupid now delivering our cooter chats.
This is a test donation for $15.
Moderator says, I think he was caught off guard being asked doctor questions and didn't have his Brad Pitt autobiography to answer her questions like a doctor. He was very tongue-tied. He was very tongue-tied. I know they would be besties. They're like two peas in a pod. Besties for the resties. Isn't Cupid cute? So he's bringing love to Cooterville. Galen, it really exposed a lot, didn't it? All right. So let's read through this AI thing. All right. And the Cooter chat is pinned as usual. So here we go. This is what I asked ChatGPT. Thank you, Kelly Kell. I found you through Lean, which is Jolene. I love that you do true crime so that it doesn't feel like entertainment, but like being pissed off and caring. I'm graduating law school this month, and you've kept me You've kept me company studying. 100% stay on John's ass. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And I'm glad that you found me through Jolene. I love Jolene. Everybody, if you aren't subbed up, which you probably are, because she's so cool. I'm sure you guys are already subbed up, but if you aren't, please sub up to Jolene. She is hilarious. She brings light to the darkness in this subject. She really does. She brings a lot of light to the darkness. So what I asked ChatGPT is, let's go up because this is all the transcript. It was really long too because the live was an hour and 45 minutes. Imagine if we saw that on camera though. Hold on, I want to find my original question. Sorry, I should have started at the top. Oh, I just asked them to analyze it. Shit, it was that easy. Janice. Jolene and Jay got me off the couch. Janice was having a hard time, you guys. I don't think people really realize. I think we have a cooter chat.
Hit the cross-stitching group soon, but wanted to tell you that you're doing a great job covering this stuff. Hang in there.
Oh my gosh, thank you so much, Flannel. Off to cross-stitching. Have fun at cross-stitching group. I would love to see what you cross-stitch. I'm so amazed by people's talents. Thank you for the $50 cooter chat. Thank you so much. So I just asked to analyze this conversation. And then I labeled speaker 1, speaker 2, and speaker 3. Cindy. She says, here, Jay, go get yourself some Coke Zero with this. Love and appreciate you and your dedication in bringing awareness. Thank you. Thank you so much. I will get some more Coke Zero. As a matter of fact, I'm going to drink some right meow. But thank you guys for all of your support.
Fucking fuzzy slippers and lip gloss.
I've heard the knitting community is worse than trauma, even. It's crazy. Moderator, I can send you proof. Okay, let me see. Hold on. Let me scroll up. Jay, one of John's credentials say he got philosophy doctorate at Princeton. Another credential says SCU. But the doctorate degrees for that specific class he's not listed as a grad at. At which college? At which college is he not listed? Hi, Flobo. I hope you're doing better. Your family. Cross stitchers are kind. I know. I think the knitters are kind too, but man, they probably get vicious. Which school? Oh, from Princeton. Well, didn't he get his undergrad at Princeton and then he went to USC and got his doctorate? That's how I pictured it. Yay. What are you guys doing today, Kels? What's the celebration? How are you celebrating the big 1-3? Are you taking him out on the town? Top golf? What are you guys doing? Hey, Mesra. His undergrad at Princeton. That's what I thought, too. But they like to really use the Princeton. Okay, so here we go. Ooh, bat sleeve sweater. How cute. My daughter's a knitter. My daughter knits, crochets, all the things. All right. This is where the ethical, professional, and appropriateness problems fully crystallize. Part 2, when I said part 2, isn't just messy. It crosses multiple hard lines, especially given acclaimed PhD psychologist. A real 11-year-old homicide case, a paid Patreon audience, and repeated self-acknowledged lack of facts. Hold on, I got to find my spot. I'm sorry. Okay, so this is where I labeled the speakers. Okay, here we go. Speaker 1 is Lauren Matthias. Speaker 2 is John Matthias, the one claiming to be a psychologist with a PhD. Speaker 3 is Grayson. Below is a focused analysis of part 2. I don't want just part 2. Damn it. Hold on. Analyze the entire... Sorry, you guys. I'm usually more prepared than this. Transcript. It'll do it quick. You're scared. I'm scared too. The laughing is horrible. You're going to lunch and he's having a sleepover. Have fun. Have a great day, Kels. Okay, so here we go. I'm going to evaluate it across 5 lenses: purpose and structure, professional ethics, treatment of a child defendant and victim, use of personal trauma and emotional manipulation, and overall impact, and why this episode is problematic in totality, not just in moments. So, the episode claimed purpose is an analytical discussion of a case involving an 11-year-old accused of killing his father. It's framed as thoughtful, psychological, and informed. It's hosted by individuals positioning themselves as experts or adjacent to expertise. But what it actually becomes is an unstructured emotional processing session dominated by personal family drama, heavy speculation presented with professional authority, casual, banter-driven tone, inappropriate for this subject matter, no clear thesis, no conclusion, and no accountability. This mismatch is the core problem. The audience is sold analysis and given therapy-adjacent storytelling wrapped in credentials. That's a huge problem. Hey, Reese Cup. Number 2, the structural failure. No boundaries, no editorial control. Across the entire transcript, there is no outline, no clear segment transitions, no containment of personal stories, and no distinction between facts, opinions, and speculation. Key pattern repeated throughout. Case detail is introduced. Emotional reaction overtakes analysis. Personal anecdote replaces evidence. Authority language re-enters to validate the emotion. This is not accidental. It is consistent structure. For a Patreon episode, The Signals, quote, "This is where we let our guard down and say things we wouldn't say publicly," end quote. That's a quote from fucking ChatGPT. This is not acceptable when discussing a real homicide, a real child, an active legal case, and a real victim's family. Number 3, John Matthias, professional ethics breakdown. This is the most serious issue in the entire transcript. Repeated forensic opinions without evaluation. Throughout the episode, John assesses intent, assesses understanding, assesses violent ideation, assesses casual reasoning, and assesses mental capacity. All without ever evaluating the child. Do I need to repeat that? He's a problem. Oh, Jules is going to go nuts. Where is Jot? We need Jot. I will send Jot this episode. Even when he discusses disclaimers, the tone and framing override them. The audience hears conclusions, not hypotheticals. Thank you, Gigi. This violates the fundamental principles of psychological ethics, forensic restraint, and public education standards. A psychologist does not, right here, publicly speculate about a minor's criminal responsibility, infer mental states from police quotes, or compare an 11-year-old to mass killers. A psychologist also does not suggest psychosis or neurodevelopmental explanations without assessment. It's important. B, credential laundering. The transcript repeatedly benefits from, quote, studies show, research indicates, clinically speaking.
He's like this little pussy.
These phrases are used to legitimatize speculation, soften controversial claims, and create trust where certainty does not exist. This is credential laundering. Credential laundering, using expertise to give weight to opinions that should not be expressed publicly at all. Kick them when they're up. Kick them when they're down. Kick them when they're lying. Kick them all around. Credential laundering. Lauren Matthias, tone, framing, and paywall problem. Lauren sets the emotional and controversial tone. Across the transcript, she encourages speculation, reinforces John's conclusions, uses casual and flippant language, jokes, laughs, and banters mid-discussion. The biggest issue is normalization. She does not challenge ethical overreach, speculative conclusions, inappropriate analogies, and personal trauma dumping. Instead, she amplifies them. Her comment that was done on Patreon because, quote, they just wanted to talk it out, is effectively an admission that editorial responsibility was intentionally lowered. That is deeply problematic in true crime. Number 5, Grayson, personal trauma as narrative driver. Grayson's contributions are emotionally intense, detailed, and sincere, but that does not make them appropriate here. The case becomes a stand-in. Over the course of the transcript, Clayton's case fades, which is the actual case that was brought up. And Grayson's brother becomes the emotional center. The audience is guided to emotionally merge the two stories. All I asked was ChatGPT to analyze this video, y'all. I didn't ask it anything specific, nothing negative. Telling you, Cindy Arnold, even ChatGPT sees through this shit. This is dangerous because the situations are not the same, the legal facts are not the same, and the outcomes are not the same, yet the listener is encouraged to feel as though they are. Oversharing without framing. Details shared include arrests, diagnoses, adoption history, abuse allegations, costs, locations, and death of a family member. None of this is clearly framed as separate content, clearly marked as personal reflection, or clearly limited in scope. Hey, Stevie. It overwhelms the actual case and emotionally hijacks the episode. Number 6. Chad Frankied. Why this moment matters so much. This is not just a bad comment. It is symbolic of the entire episode's failure. By saying, quote, they did a Chad Frankie, end quote. The speakers reduce alleged child abuse to a meme, use internet shorthand for serious trauma, normalize joking language around forced removal and wilderness therapy, and undercut their own claims of care and seriousness. This is probably the part that pissed me off the most. As true crime creators who have covered Jodie and Ruby, yeah, Megan can eat this shit. Lauren asked if Grayson's brother was Chad Frankied. I don't think you need to know any more than that. Do you need to know any more than that? Other than Lauren joked and said, oh, your brother that went to a wilderness camp, was he Chad Frankied? You ever watched Chad Frankie before the arrest and after? You want to talk about someone who's traumatized? Just like Colby Ryan is traumatized? Do you need to know any more than that? Who calls a kid getting kidnapped and taken to a wilderness camp and laughs being Chad Frankied? Giving it a little nickname. They did a Chad Frankie. Shame on y'all. Shame on y'all. This moment crystallizes casual tone, pop culture, true crime brain. Oh, ChatGPT said they have pulp culture, true crime brains. If that isn't spot on. Lack of professional distance. Patreon echo chamber mentality. If someone asks, why is this episode unethical? This is your clearest, simplest example. This is my clearest example of why they should not be in true crime, why they should not be platformed, why they should not even be around children or victims of true crime. Behind a paywall or not, it's sick. It's really sick. Treatment of the victim and family, nearly absent. Across the entire transcript, the victim, the father, is barely centered. The victim's family is rarely acknowledged, and the gravity of the death is routinely overshadowed. Empathy flows almost exclusively towards the accused child, the hosts, Grayson's family, and systemic grievances. Balanced coverage does not mean removing empathy. It means not erasing the victim. This episode comes dangerously close to doing exactly that. How the episode ends tells you everything. There is no summary, no ethical reflection, no acknowledgement of harm, no centering of the victim, and no responsible sign-off. Instead, it dissolves into casual talk, pets, holidays, and jokes. The tonal whiplash confirms this was content, not care. Final verdict. This Patreon episode is problematic in its entirety because it abandons professional boundaries, uses credentials to legitimatize speculation, centers host trauma over a real victim, discusses a child defendant without ethical restraint, treats paywall content as consequence-free, normalizes inappropriate language about abuse, fails to model responsible true crime coverage. It is not one bad clip. It is a systemic failure from start to finish. Oh, ouch. Damn.
On Prime Crime.
ChatGPT don't hold back. My ChatGPT is kind of sassy. I wonder if it's sassy because of the way I talk to it. Next, I can turn this into a full YouTube expose script. Help you prepare for pushback or criticism. Wow, it's a failure from start to finish. I mean, that just settles it, right?
Bing bang.
Yikes. Okay, hold on. I want to ask it something. Can you give me the timestamp of the Chad Frankie comment? I want to see how smart this thing is. It might just become my new assistant. I cannot give it. What? It's late in the episode after Grayson's extension discussion of his brother. They think Grayson's a boy. Just like, remember they said that they had a son named Grayson? Look, after Grayson's extended discussion of his brother. His brother. Approximately 1 hour, 20 minutes, 1 hour, 30 minutes is roughly where it is. Lauren Matthias says they did a Chad Frankie. They pulled a Chad Frankie. John Matthias immediately affirms the framing, which was possibly the worst thing they could have done. This change is not hypothetical, not quoted from someone else, and not corrected or challenged in the moment. Around 1:20, let me see.
I don't know, because up until that point, we really, like, until that article came out and that woman came and told my parents about my dad's biological dad.
You're like,
My parents were like, what caused it? Like, they didn't, and then they were like, wait, maybe that, you know what I mean? Like, they finally got, like, a little bit of information about his dad, and so then that's always just been, like, a question we've always...
I guess you'd have to know. I'd want to know with your grandfather, like, how severe the schizophrenia was,
He's
right?
so worried.
Let's look. I have the article pulled up because I actually wanted to ask about this. His mental health problems became more pronounced around this time. Various psychiatric reports, as well as his sister, would later say that he suffered from either paranoid schizophrenia or schizoaffective disorder.
Okay.
Much of his 20s
When Lauren
was
comes
spent
back
in
is
Southern
when they say
California
it.
beaches, surfing and living what friends described as a beach bum lifestyle.
that sounds fun. That sounds, he's kind
His
of cool.
cousin remembered him as somewhat of a black sheep who never seemed particularly driven to work
What?
or
Hey, DJ.
driven by work or family.
Good to see you over here.
And then Yogi's favorite thing was surfing. The only job he ever had was a bagger at a local grocery store in Laguna. That's all he did.
Oh, there's Lauren.
So
Lauren just went in
Vancouver
the...
woman who
Okay.
became a friend and landlord of him.
So 1:24, Lauren goes in the shitter. Okay? She just left the group at the bed or the table, wherever they are. Okay? She just left to go in the shitter. Now, it's important that we know that Lauren's in the shitter right now because she has no idea what Lauren or what Grayson is telling John right now. Oh, ghost boy, I'm so sorry. Prayers for you and your family. Funerals suck.
Later in life, believed the onset of his mental illness, she believes schizophrenia in his early 20s, was the reason from his withdrawal and family in California.
Early 20s, like gray.
So,
How did he end up in Canada?
you know,
Just like Grayson, how did you end up in Vegas? He's like, how did he end up in Canada?
so
How did he end up in Canada?
you know, I think it's in this article, but this is a really long article that I've read like 10 times.
Okay.
This
Yeah,
is Grayson
it's-
one-on-one with John.
You know, it's
So I think the answer would be yes.
he withdrew from family, and then
Yeah,
I think
makes sense.
he ended up
Makes sense.
his family. He's from Germany.
He says that makes sense. Why does that make sense? You don't even know this guy. That makes sense. Okay. He went from Canada or went from California to Ontario. That makes sense. Oh, God.
I am very uncomfortable sitting here.
Okay.
And then I believe, okay, yeah. So just after the Second World War, they immigrated to Canada, lived in Ontario, and then California. And then he was an avid surfer, a U.S. Air Force enlistee, spent time in prison and time on the street.
Oh, I
He
don't.
could be
He's
self-destructive.
like,
His journey was made more difficult by mental health issues. He could be self-destructive and violent, but also gentle and compassionate, particularly to the wild rabbits he caught and cared for. And more than any other pursuit or group of humans became part of his persona.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think there could be some relationship.
He doesn't know what to say.
I mean, I guess there wouldn't be a way for me to like ever get those records, would there? It would be interesting.
Well, who diagnosed him?
You're asking the wrong person. I'm just reading an article on my grandpa that I've never met.
You might be able to get him if he's deceased. I think.
I don't know. It would be interesting to see how bad it was.
No, the article is about her biological grandfather, her dad's biological dad. Her dad was adopted, and they found her biological grandfather deceased. And then a reporter wanted to find out who he was because he was homeless, and no one claimed him. So this reporter went on a crusade to find out who this homeless man was, that everybody knew, I guess, as this homeless man, but didn't know where he came from. So her dad...
Lauren is dropping the biggest dookie, toilet emoji, poop emoji.
Thank you, Sin, for your cooter chat. She is. So anyways, yeah, this is how she found out like where her dad's genes come from. Then she brought up her brother having all these issues and being taken to a wilderness camp. But right now she's really getting deep with John one-on-one. One-on-one. I want to play that game tonight. I'll pull this up for you guys so you can see maybe you can at least see the captions. Yeah, it's very disturbing. And he doesn't know what to say unless it's planned and he has a script or a book. That's it. That's all. Okay, here we go.
Sounds like it was pretty bad if it was paranoid schizophrenia.
Yeah. And then I know he didn't talk to his family at all because I believe at one point my dad contacted his sister.
Did you guys just hear the toilet flush? Mesra, I just heard the toilet. Did you guys hear that? Listen close.
At one point, my dad contacted
There
his
it goes.
sister.
After she says point, you hear the flush.
I believe at one point, my dad contacted his sister. And his sister just said, you don't want to know him. He's a bad guy. And that was it.
Okay, so John is really... he is really concerned at this point, okay? Because her dad contacted his sister and said, hey, who's our dad? And they said, you don't want to know. He's a bad guy. And John's like, holy fuck.
One point, my dad contacted his sister, and his sister just said, you don't want to know him. He's a bad guy. And that was it. And my dad was just like, okay. And then never really knew anything else until nobody really ever, it was like kind of just like nobody talked. And my dad was just kind of like, I don't really want to open that can of worms.
Yeah.
And so it was never really a thing until
he's like, yeah.
This reporter brought down all this information that nobody had ever known about him.
Right. Wow.
Like all of a sudden my dad like learned everything.
Yeah,
Or well, I guess what he could learn.
how old was your dad when he learned all that? Do you remember?
I think it was back in like 2014. Like I remember being in middle school when it happened.
And so your dad really had no idea of who his father was.
He knew his name, and like my grandma would like occasionally say like a thing or two, but really no.
Okay.
Like my grandma and him got married. They had my dad, they put him up.
Okay, hold on. She's going to tell a story. Access Denied says, I really, really want to know the name of John's wilderness camp or more on that. Was this covered on an episode I missed? Not necessarily. It was something in his bio about Strive, his company Strive, and these camps.
For adoption at birth. And that was it. And then my grandma always hoped that she would talk to him again. But then, you know, which did end up happening because there was a name mishap. They were supposed to change the name on the birth certificate because it was a closed adoption and the doctor didn't do it.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
So that's how my dad found his.
That's really weird. Like they didn't change the name on the birth certificate? Does that happen often in adoptions? The doctor didn't do it? Does a doctor do a birth certificate? What? What's going on here?
Supposed to change the name on the birth certificate because it was a closed adoption and the doctor didn't do it.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
So that's how my dad found his mom. And then so she would say like a little bit about him, but she never really talked much. Short marriage.
Hey, Mo.
And then, you know, so my dad just didn't know anything. So when he found out about like all the schizophrenia and stuff like that, it led to a lot of questions within our family of like, could this be partially where the mental health issues come in?
Do you think your brother may have had schizophrenia?
We wondered for a little bit, but no, I don't think so now. But I think
Wait,
when he was
what?
like 18.
We wondered for a little bit. Like, you don't wonder about schizophrenia. Like, you get tested and you either have symptoms of schizophrenia or you don't. I don't think he does now. Like, it doesn't just go away. It doesn't just go away. And he doesn't know what to say. He's either partially scared that he's invited crazy into his house and partially doesn't know what to say because he's not a professional.
We did one.
Schizophrenia?
Be partially where the
Oh, yeah. And he asked, do you think he may have had it? Like it went away? Like it was a cold?
mental health issues come in.
Do you think your brother may have had schizophrenia?
We wondered for a little bit, but no, I don't think so now.
What? Right. It doesn't even dawn on her that this gene could have been passed to her, Tart. Tart says, I love how Grayson is like, is my grandpa's mental health related to my brother's ODD and autism? But it doesn't even dawn on her that she could have schizophrenia. Oh, my God. Oh, my goodness.
But I think when he was 18, we did wonder for a little bit. It was rough. Right around that time, it was really rough. Luckily, I think he's stabled out since then. But yeah, it was not easy back at that point. And so we, I guess it was our family was just trying to get answers, trying to figure out how this is caused and what do you do?
Right.
So she's still in the shitter. So that must have been a courtesy flush. That must have been a courtesy flush from Lauren because she's still in there. He's like, yeah, right. Mm-hmm.
I think
you guys are trying to understand influences on your brother.
Right. And then, like, my parents were just at a lost cause of, like, what do we do? How do we help him?
Yeah.
And with the lack of resources can also come resources that aren't helpful that people get led into, right? So,
Have a
like,
good day, Toby.
For example, my brother's 17. Somebody tells my parents about wilderness therapy. It says this is the best for him.
Okay.
So when he was 17...
Okay, I think her bringing up wilderness therapy threw him off. What do you guys think? What do you guys think? He's like, oh, okay. He almost says it like, okay, where are you going with this? Where are you going with this? Okay.
He essentially got, like, kidnapped and taken to wilderness therapy for a few months.
Do you remember, did he go to Utah?
He went to Utah. Yeah.
He went to Utah?
Yeah.
Like southern Utah?
Did he go to...
I think it was southern Utah, yeah.
Probably. Okay.
He's like, did he go to Utah? Southern Utah? I think it was southern Utah. Oh, yeah, probably. Was it my camp? I wonder, what's his name, Grayson? I wonder if he was in my camp.
Do you remember, did he go to Utah?
He went to Utah. Yeah.
He went to Utah?
Yeah.
Like southern Utah?
I think it was southern Utah, yeah.
Probably. Okay.
Yeah, and he was there for like 3 months.
Utah.
Like literally till his 18th birthday.
He was there for 3 months, literally till his 18th birthday.
It was like my parents' like last ditch effort.
Did it work?
No.
They laugh. Did it work? No. And the quote unquote professional says, Lauren is puking and sexting at the same time. You live in Utah. We all walk around saying ski Utah. Do you? I love it.
Ski Utah.
I love it. I want to come to Utah and ski one time. Just because I can say I did it.
3 months? Okay. Like literally till his 18th birthday. It was like my parents' like last ditch effort.
Did it work?
No.
Yeah.
I don't think they do work. I think they cause a lot of residual issues. Right? Like my brother has abandonment issues because
Rosie?
He thought he was going on the trip of a lifetime to San Francisco.
Okay, plot twist. It just became a Lifetime movie. Grayson is out for revenge because her brother went to John's camp. And we're going to have a Lifetime movie called Grayson's Revenge. Great. Oh my God, can you see it now? I can see it on Lifetime. Grayson's Revenge. Who would play Grayson? You guys, who would play Grayson, John, and Lauren in the movie? I want to see who you think. Let me know in the chat.
And had a layover. Yeah. And then they stuffed him in a car and take him. They didn't tell him where they were taking him. Look, I'm not blaming my parents. My parents were told that this was what was best.
Yeah.
Like professionals told my parents to do this. The doctor, the psychiatrist that my parents were working with said do this.
Psychopathy.
So like my parents thought that they were doing what they should. So they coughed up $55,000 cash, sent him on his way, and thought that this would fix him. And instead, it traumatized them.
Yeah.
Because I just don't think those things are good for kids. But
right, and if there is a diagnosis of autism,
yes, he did, Paul.
It's not going to help with that.
Right. No, sleeping outside and carving your own spoon. Right.
Yeah, it's right. It's.
Oh, she's coming out of the shitter. Here she comes. Oh, Lauren could be Laura Dern. She's kind of old, though. Lori Vallow. Oh, we can pull Lori Vallow out of jail to play Lauren. There you go. We'll keep the stun belt on her so we can shock her when we feel like it. But yeah, we can get her out, keep the shock belt on. I'll give Kresha the fucking remote to the shock belt. Kresha can control that on the set. And then we can have the Chucky doll come in and sit in for Grayson. I'm sure we can, with AI, like make his mouth move like her. And I think John Goodman is a good one for John, or we can just, if we're getting Lori out, we can just get Chad out, put a belt on him. Kresha has 2 hands. We can put the other remote in her other hand, and we could just have Chad sit in for John. How about that? If we're going to do dolls, we can just bring in that creepy doll from that movie that looks like Lauren. Okay, here we go. Bruce Cheddar.
Yeah.
Carving your own spoon. Right.
Yeah. It's right. It's
Oh, here she comes.
yeah. If there's sensory integration issues or right, like
See how he immediately starts throwing out these like terms because Lauren's coming? He wasn't throwing out any sensory integration issues. Where did that even come from? They were literally talking about the camps. And then he hears that door and he's like, oh yeah, that might be, in sensory issues. And, that's what we were talking about.
Outside and carving your own spoon. Right.
yeah. It's right. It's yeah. If there's sensory integration issues or right, like wilderness therapy, I don't know. That's
You guys are still going?
Yeah, we're talking about.
You guys are still going? Oh, I thought you might turn the thing off while I was in there. Melanie Gibb as Grayson. Bing bong, true psych ward. That's a good one. That's a definite good one. You guys are still going? My God. Like, what are you talking about? Why are you still going? And he's like, oh yeah, like we were just talking about sensory integration here.
yeah.
We got a cooter chat.
Lauren realized she can't fit through the bathroom window, so taking a nip from her stash in the toilet tank to get through special time with John. Vomiting face emoji.
Wow, we got anonymous cooter chat coming in hot. Lauren realized she can't fit through the bathroom window, so she's taking a nip from her stash in the toilet tank to get through special time with John. Oh, anonymous coming in hot. Thank you for your cooter chat. Best thing ever. You can send an anonymous cooter chat. It stops me right in my tracks, too.
Yeah. If there's sensory integration issues or right, like wilderness therapy, I don't know. That's
You guys are still going?
Yeah, we're talking about
I
wilderness.
took a bathroom break, I'll be honest.
Well, I was explaining to my grandpa the background, and then I brought up again lack of resources, and then how parents can often, when they think they have the resources, it could be the wrong resource. For my brother, my parents were told that
Peek.
wilderness therapy was the right move.
Oh,
Oh,
really?
really?
They had wilderness therapy
The psychiatrist, they were
in southern
Here it is.
Utah.
in southern. Oh, wilderness therapy. So did he go to wilderness therapy in southern Utah?
Yeah.
They did a Chad Frankie.
they pulled a Chad Frankie.
Yeah, they pulled a Chad Frankie, which was probably it was probably
In southern Utah.
Yeah.
They did a Chad Frankie. They had wilderness therapy. Really?
Wilderness therapy was the right move.
Oh, really? They had wilderness therapy.
The
She was in there for literally 10 minutes. 10 minutes.
psychiatrist, they were
in southern Utah.
In southern. Oh, wilderness therapy. So did he go to wilderness therapy in southern Utah?
Yeah.
They did a Chad Frankie.
they pulled a Chad Frankie.
Yeah, this is really all anybody should need to hear. This is all anybody should need to hear. After this bitch went and toured the house that these kids were tortured in, tied up in, hog-tied in. These kids were hog-tied. This is something they covered, you guys. All bullshit aside, This is a kid whose bed was taken from him. This is a kid who was tortured, abused, sent to a fucking camp where they abused children. And it was all on YouTube. His mom's in prison, and it's all on YouTube, just like Colby. They don't care. I'm telling you guys, they don't care. Cayenne pepper on wounds. I mean, I'm dead ass serious right now. This makes me want to cry and scream. These people have made me question what I want to do on this platform in true crime. It's gross. This is a kid, a real kid. Fucking sick, man. Ugh. Sorry.
In southern Utah.
Wilderness therapy. So did he go to wilderness therapy in southern Utah?
Yeah.
They did a Chad Frankie.
They pulled a Chad Frankie.
Yeah, they pulled a Chad Frankie, which was probably it was probably the worst thing they could have done at that point.
Utah is like a big hotbed for those. That's interesting.
Yeah. Well, I was telling him.
Oh, that's interesting. I don't know. I just have a heart. Sick. Ugh. Everybody needs to hear this. Do you remember hearing about those? Seriously. Do you remember hearing about what they did to those little kids? Did you watch the Netflix? Because it's like ingrained in my brain because I just watched Netflix. And that little boy walking to his neighbor, that old man couldn't even contain his tears. The old man that saved that little boy's life and Eve's life. He couldn't even contain his tears. It was so bad. I don't know, but to me, that shit's real. I see body cam of a kid like that. Fuck. It's the most horrific thing I've ever seen. And imagine what the oldest boy went through and saw. Imagine what the oldest boy went through and saw. Probably really bad shit. Probably some really, really bad shit. And to hear these people laughing about it, it's like, what? And that possibly Grayson's even making up this whole story. She could possibly be making this whole thing up because they lie so much. We've seen nothing but lies. Body cam over and over. Nothing but lie after lie after lie after lie from these people. And this is when this takes a horrible turn of exploitation. Lack of empathy. And this guy is supposed to be a professional. It's so fucked up, you guys. It's just so fucked up.
In southern Utah.
Yeah.
They did a Chad Frankie.
They pulled a Chad Frankie.
Yeah, they pulled a Chad Frankie, which was probably it was probably the worst thing they could have done at that point.
Utah is like a big hotbed for those. They're
A big hotbed.
Yeah. Well, I was telling you, my parents were told that like this was the best thing they could do for him. It would get him on the right track. And
So do you like it?
no,
Did they kidnap him?
yeah,
That's what they always do, man. Is that what they did to Chad Frankie too?
I think so.
Yeah, they did.
So for him, they told him. I knew ahead of time, and I was told like I think they literally instructed my parents to tell me like if she says anything, she's going to. Because like I was told like if you say anything, you're going to.
Oh my god!
So I remember
Distortion.
I remember I do remember the day he went away. I had
That's funny too. That's funny that Grayson was allegedly threatened. If you tell your brother what we're gonna do to him, you're going to. I found a clip to play that fits pretty good in this segment.
This is just getting worse and worse and worse. As you guys know, the whole internet is in an uproar because of the way A passengers essentially treat their kids. I've made multiple videos on them. If you guys haven't seen them, make sure you guys check them out. Just type in like A passengers Mitchell reacts or something. You guys could see wilderness boot camp or whatever, because he pranked his brothers and it was his punishment. And, well, some people have left comments who have gone to similar boot camps, and they had this to say. My childhood friend Corey was sent to a wilderness camp after his parents caught him smoking weed when he was 15. On the last night of the retreat, each person had to set up camp and spend the night alone. Corey set his tent up under a tree that unfortunately before in the night from heavy snow and killed him. Corey wasn't a bad kid. He did well in school and was a sweet, caring person. He smoked weed once in a while. He didn't need to be sent away. I have been to those wilderness programs, and that in itself is enough of a punishment. You don't need to take away their bed and shit after. You should be rewarding them for doing that shit. I don't think they understand how hard and how much it sucks going to those wilderness programs. I went to Aspiro Wilderness Adventures. It's hard, and it's so much more than they are saying. So basically, people are so upset who have actually gone to these wilderness camps for themselves because, you know, maybe when they were teenagers, their parents sent them away for doing something. And everyone's basically saying with what Chad did, he did not deserve to go to something like this. And
I thought this was going to be a little more into what Chad went through. Sorry about that. I'll find a better one.
had like a massive panic
This is
attack
just
at
getting
volleyball
worse and worse
because
and
I
worse.
like
As
had,
you
like,
guys
this,
know,
like,
the whole internet is in
intense
an
guilt of
uproar
what was
because
happening
of
and
the
that I
way
hadn't
A
told my brother.
passengers essentially treat their kids.
Whoops.
I made multiple.
Okay, here, I found a better one. Shit, but here he is coming home from this wilderness camp. This is their video on it. Best moment fan video. This is sick. This is sick. They staged this. They staged this shit. Blech. You know he didn't want to run to them. So scripted. John had a wilderness camp, Jules. Wait, let's see if they're talking. Hold on. No, it's music. They orchestrated this whole thing. Look at this. Awful. Yeah, it's all music too. Poor kid. Poor kid. Okay, let's go back to this.
If she says anything, she's going to. Because, like, I was told, like, if you say anything, you're going to.
Oh my god.
So I remember...
Distortion!
I remember, like, I do remember the day he went away. I had, like, a massive panic attack at volleyball. Because I, like, had, like, this, like, intense guilt of what was happening and that I hadn't told my brother.
Wow.
Like I felt like I withheld, like, and I knew what was happening. And I started looking it up as he was there. I got the name of it. Nobody told me the name of it until he was there. And I was like telling my parents, I'm like, this isn't good. Like, you guys don't understand what he's in. And they're like, no, they're telling us it's good. Like, this is, it's the classic story. If you watch any documentary on these places or anything, it's the classic story of what they tell the parents. Like,
Yeah.
Well, it's similar to Nick Reiner in rehab, right? Like
What? Nick Reiner, there's pictures of Nick Reiner at one that looked actually kind of nice.
He says that him going to wilderness camp is similar to Nick Reiner being in rehab. What does that even mean, John? How is that similar or not? How is that even close? Yeah, why aren't they? He's acting like, oh, I don't know anything about those camps. Lauren's like, hell, those are all over the place.
to Nick Reiner in rehab, right? Like
Nick Reiner, there's pictures of Nick Reiner at one that looked actually kind of nice. They have pictures of hiking.
no, it was like a spa, but
Yeah, it was like a spa. It's no relation to wilderness camps for kids.
that's not the point. The point is he didn't want to go.
Yeah.
Oh, the point is he didn't want to go. Really? So the only difference between him going to a spa-like rehab facility and Chad Frankie or anybody else going to a wilderness camp for kids is that they don't want to go. Is that they don't want to go. This is his professional opinion. OMG. True Crime Kate, thank you for upgrading your cootership today.
Thank you for your support.
Oh, they have nice pictures of him hiking.
Any documentary on these places or anything, it's the classic story of what they tell the parents. Like,
Yeah.
Well, it's similar to Nick Reiner in rehab, right? Like
Nick Reiner, there's pictures of Nick Reiner at one that looked actually kind of nice. They have pictures of hiking.
no, it was like a spa, but that's not the point. The point is he didn't want to go.
Yeah.
The point is that there were times when they forced him to go and he didn't want to go. So all you're doing is creating resentment,
right.
right?
Yeah.
And like you said, you're creating trauma.
Right. For him, he had always dreamed of going to San Francisco. So he thought he was going to San Francisco, and it happened in Las Vegas. He thought there was just a layover in Las Vegas, and he was going to just get a quick lunch with my parents' friends, and they put him in a car, locked the door, and my parents said bye, and that was it.
Oh my gosh, they legit kidnapped him.
Yeah, he didn't know.
That's not traumatizing
like
at all.
he's told me that they didn't tell him where he was going. Like
He thought he was going to be like cruising down the streets of San Francisco in trolley cars, and he ended up.
Wow, John. He thinks that's funny. Huh. Your brother thought he was going to be going down San Francisco in trolley cars having a good old time. Except, oh, you're going to a wilderness camp to be tortured.
Up in like a cave.
I say we put his fat ass in a wilderness camp. Let's find the worst one in southern Utah.
Ski Utah.
And let's put his fat ass in it and see how long he lasts. Grayson said her brother lost 85 pounds. It might be good for you, John. Might be good for you, John.
Cruising down the streets of San Francisco in trolley.
Cruising down the street in my 6'4".
where he was going. Like
He thought he was going to be like cruising down the streets of San Francisco in trolley cars, and he ended up in like a cave making fire.
Well, what's frightening is just being kidnapped.
Right.
Yeah.
It's created like abandonment issues, I think. I don't fault
which is horrible for somebody with autistic spectrum disorder.
Right.
Those wilderness camps are strange.
I don't fault my parents for it because I don't think that they knew, right? They were given this and told this is what you do. Like this is how you help your child. And so anyways, my brothers told me like they didn't tell him until they were like pretty much there, like, yeah, this is your life, this is where you're at. And then he told me like a story, like the first night he slept in a sleeping bag, like a blanket, and they had people on like either side of him so he couldn't run, essentially.
Like guards?
Yeah, but it was like not counselors, not like camp counselors, but like the people that like watch over the kids. But they like slept on either side of the blanket so like he couldn't get out and run.
Huh.
And then he told me like they would drop off like rice and beans like once a week, and they were just like outside, like
rice and beans once a week, and they were just outside. She said they paid $55K cash to send her brother out.
He came home. He legit lost like 85 pounds in 3 months. It was crazy.
No, wilderness can be such a peaceful place for
She did,
people,
Christy.
too. Like, I know that you used to take, like, CEOs out to a day in the wilderness because it's such a peaceful place to do.
Yeah, but it's a different context.
I know.
So that's where they bring up John. Okay, that's the only... Thanks, Lorna Doone. That's so sweet. This is the only time they even recognize that John has done anything, okay? You used to take CEOs out in the wilderness. He's like, yeah, but that's a different context. I know. What CEOs worked with John Matthias? I would love to see. I think she does know because she listens to us, Shauna. And I think she's trolling John. I think she's trolling John. I'm telling you, the call is coming from inside the house. This bitch has like a motive on these people and they don't even see it. This is literally a Lifetime movie in the making.
Full place for people too. Like, I know that you used to take like CEOs out to a day in the wilderness because it's such a peaceful place to do.
Yeah, but it's a different context.
I know. But that's my point. Is it's so sad. Like, you take someplace that could be peaceful and happy and then make them prisoners to it. Like, think about that. Like, it's so sad.
Well, the reason I did that, by the way, is because I wanted to change the context, right? Like, if most CEOs are used to operating at their place of business and like they have control of that, right? They have complete power over that environment. But if you take them to a place where they're not in control of everything, right, and they're not all powerful and telling people what to do, then they're more vulnerable and they're more apt to actually open up or become more transparent about what it is they're dealing with.
Yeah, right. Yeah, and then you would take the CEOs and be like, by the way, you're not going anywhere. You're staying here overnight. You didn't know.
No, they were never overnight.
No. None of us at this table are proponents for wilderness therapy.
Well, I'm proponents for therapy in wilderness for like you just pointed out. For like
but not like children wilderness.
Taking yourself out there, I would go on hikes alone and for my own therapy, self-care.
Well, not teenage wilderness therapy.
Yeah, not kidnapping kids. Yeah. For that. Or taking them out. I know. You just don't know what's going on in those things, man.
I don't think my parents, I don't think they did, and I still don't think they do. I think there's like a disconnect of like, just like, as a parent, like, there's probably some feelings of, regret that they did that.
Guilt.
So you don't really want to.
You do what you feel is right. Yeah.
Right.
When you're desperate, I think that's the other thing with those wilderness camps too, is like when you've got desperate parents and they have money.
No.
And they're willing to do whatever.
I think John wanted to help people with porn addiction. And when I say porn addiction, I mean, according to like the LDS religion. I really do. I think that's what his avenue was. I don't think he was successful.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, they were super desperate.
Yeah. Anyway, guys, I am
signing off.
You're getting tired.
Yeah, but I don't know how we're going to tie all this together.
Yeah.
There's a lot. I think this is a record of the longest Patreon episode we've ever done.
Yeah.
Talking.
It was a lot of talking.
Did I answer? Did we answer?
Where's
did
Lily?
I answer your questions?
Lily,
can you conclude?
Lily, can you come over here and bark a little bit?
She literally never barks.
I know, right? Exactly.
She really is the perfect dog.
Yeah.
Look, she's like, hasn't even opened her eyes. We've said her name 7 times.
CH, is that what they said? Is this Strive's thing? We believe that children stricken with serious illnesses and their family need to strive for hope more than anyone else and need to process their traumatic situations. We want to provide the most enriching, hopeful adventure experiences possible for these children and their families to record them for future generations. Where does that come from? Direct from Strive. That's Dr. John. There you go. That's Strive. Dr. John.
No, she does bark, but only at the right time.
I just
which
pinned
is when,
my
like,
email.
strangers come to our door. She knows that there's
I know, and
strangers.
her bark is awesome.
Our door? When strangers come to our door? Y'all all live together, man. What are you doing? Okay, we will never give up on the children who will lead our future no matter the circumstances. We will never lose hope in their ability to contribute and heal. Wow. Hey, Penny. We need to know more about this. Children.
Which is when, like, strangers come to our door. She knows that there's
I know, and
strangers.
her bark is awesome.
Her
Yeah,
bark,
she
yeah.
does know. She's a protector.
She would protect me. Yeah, she does bark if somebody knocks at the door, or like if somebody's coming up the stairs and she can hear it. But
Did you have more questions?
no, I don't think I did. I actually just, like, this case was just really, I just couldn't stop thinking about it, and just thinking of it in the context of, like, the home I grew up in.
Yeah.
With a sibling who was violent, and how, you know,
There are parallels. I
there's
know.
there's some moments that I remember that are very, very scary.
I knew when you came over this morning for work, and you brought it up right away. I knew it was important to you.
Yeah.
So I'm glad we had a chance to talk about it.
Yeah. Thanks, Grayson.
Welcome.
Welcome.
Yeah. Thank you, everyone, and thank you to our Patreons. We
Yeah,
realize,
thank you guys for...
and to our subscribers, Apple subscription too. Thank you. This goes on both places, but we are sincerely so grateful for your support. We know it's been a while. We've been really busy here.
We've been really busy here.
As I pointed out, Grayson doesn't let us stop working. It's good. We're grateful for her. We're grateful for her.
I'm every podcast worst nightmare. I'm like, you're working.
And yeah, and there's just been so much going on that has been there's no excuse. We will do more. A lot of people have shared that
we have
they
to do
miss,
better.
A lot of people have shared that they miss that we would just turn on the voice memo and just talk about
And
whatever.
we'll do that, but I do want to say too that I'm working on the Micah.
Gron, I think he lived at home. When you don't have any bills, you don't have to work. Listen to this part. He's working on the Micah Smith, which is the guy that took his kids up in that mountain and tortured them, kind of like what wilderness camps do, except the dad did it himself. But listen what John's doing. He's putting together a whole episode himself that he's dedicating to their son. Here we go. Listen to this. This is another important piece.
And
Whatever.
we'll do that, but I do want to say too that I'm working on the Micah Smith episode, which I think is going to be for me, it's going to be one of the most personal episodes I've ever done. So I'm struggling with it a little bit because it's going to be very, very personal, and it's going to be about my experiences of fatherhood. And so I want to get it right because it's really going to be dedicated to our son. Oh. And I want him to be able to look back on that episode someday fondly. Yeah. And so that's coming. That's coming.
No pressure.
Yeah, no pressure.
Why would you dedicate an episode about kids that were abused to your son?
That's the opposite of what we always wanted Patreon to be, is no pressure. Like, just turn it on.
Well,
NBD, no big deal. This is what's going on.
Well, we'll do those two. But some of the more produced episodes, like the one that I did, and I don't remember when I did it now, but the one we did a few months ago.
the Halloween one.
Yeah, the Halloween one.
Halloween,
Exactly.
The Halloween
this
slash
is gonna be,
Christmas.
This is going to be more.
Halloween with the Christmas tree in the background.
Yeah.
This is going to be
Christmas
more
trees,
like
The Nightmare
that.
Before Christmas.
Yes.
Themed.
Christmas tree's almost down,
Yeah, it's halfway
down, and I'm thinking of starting 2026 with a new table for our podcast.
You know what? You could just put
so
the
nobody
tree back
freak
up.
out.
You could just put the tree back up and just put some Valentine's decorations on it at this point.
Taking the tree down.
Oh, Cal, this is great.
Happy birthday,
yeah,
by
happy
the way,
birthday to you.
Oh, I was going to say happy birthday to our Jen Becky.
Yes, happy birthday to her and happy birthday to you this weekend.
Happy birthday to my fellow Capricorn, Becky.
Yes.
That's all.
Becky.
All right, guys. Thank you for all your
my
support.
God.
I feel like I'm the one who has to keep leading this back to something rational. Thank you guys for all your support.
like every day we just talk.
we really value guys.
We'll turn this recorder on more because they do want the
Yeah.
They just want the behind the scenes
Okay.
shit.
Well, this is
Like
both.
that.
This is like research and behind the scenes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was good.
It was great. No, it was really, really good. No, this was great. What I'm saying is we want your Micah
Hey,
Smith.
Megs.
Yeah.
Everybody wants that. But
That's
we
coming.
also just need to start turning on this voice memo more, like when we're picking up your dad for dinner.
No,
And,
we're not
we're
gonna
all-
do. We're not gonna do that.
And it's
That's
the
like-
most
This pissed me off.
stressful.
That's too personal. That's like
You know
what? What? What
I'm
did
gonna
you
grab
say?
a Coke.
I can't hear you, John. No, I love my dad. So, but I mean, he refuses. He should have been wearing hearing aids for 10 years, and he won't. So I'm like, every day I'm like, Dad, you got to put your hearing aids in. He's like, what? What did you just say?
How many pairs
Your
did they
hearing
order?
aids.
Your hearing aids.
Your
Yes,
who? Your what?
I want a root beer.
Your hoop the what? Like, okay. Anyway,
I mean,
all right.
It should be easy to turn on the recorder. We talk a lot.
All right. We gotta finish this. So thank you guys. All right. Have a good night. Thank you.
All right. Good night.
Good night.
Yeah, he's a prick. I actually have the Strive website pulled up. Let's see. You guys ready for a look-see-loo? There's something called the Wayback Machine, Grayson and Lauren and John. And when they say the internet is forever, it means it's forever. Like, you can delete things, you can scrub yourself, but the Wayback Machine doesn't forget. So let's take a look at John's. I'm going to say John and Lauren because I feel like this was both of them because she was supposed to be the life coach. Read the family part. Okay. We'll read it all. Let's go down here. And thank you for sending this to me. I've never seen this. This is a really creepy banner. Is that not a creepy banner? I don't like that. Okay. Leader strive. Exceptional leadership is difficult. Exceptional leadership is difficult. Leaders set a vision and strive to achieve it, often facing failure, rejection, ridicule, and uncertain rewards. John is the most uncomfortable person I've ever met or ever seen, rather. I don't think he could make a CEO feel uncomfortable because he's not even comfortable with himself. But who's Dan Ransom Photography? Let's look that up. Dan Ransom Photography. Did he purchase this? He's got 25,000 followers. Dan Ransom. Did he take this picture or pay the? Where did he get this? Dan Ransom Designs. Can't be found. I bet he did. This is like a picture, a stock picture from. It is. Look. Dan Ransom has all these photos on his Insta. Oh, I'm not logged in. Here he is. See, he does this stuff. Who is he, though? DanRansom.com. Joined in 2016. Chasing tiny people in giant landscapes. So he's like a photographer. They're using his photo. Okay. All right, so they're using his photo right here. These are his photos. Do we think that John had anything to do with this? Hey, body. Okay, request a free consultation, contact info. Where's the family part? Oh, right here. Family Strive. Okay, here we go. Now we're getting into it. The Foundation for a Healthy World. Look at the kids. Look at the kids and this guy. Who's this guy? Oh, okay. Oh my God, you guys. Hold on. I'm going to turn off my camera. I'm going to get rid of this chat box and we're going big screen because I need to see this. I need you guys to see this big. I have no idea what in the world this is, but we're going to look at it. Who's this guy over here? Who is this? And then there's this random picture of a tent. Healthy families form the foundation for a healthy world. We offer unique adventure and equine experiences to strengthen families. Strive Psychology offers services to assist families to achieve optimal functioning for a wide range of difficulties. We have developed expertise in working with adolescents struggling with pornography and sexual addictions. And oh no. No. Oh my God. Holy shit. We developed expertise in working with adolescents struggling with pornography and sexual addictions and young adults who are failing to launch. Dr. Matthias has extensive experience assessing and working with adolescents, sexual problems, and with young adults struggling to find direction in their lives. We offer intensive 3 to 5 day adventure experiences for families with adolescents who cannot willingly end their addiction to pornography. Thank you, Pines, for the super chat. She says, so Lauren was describing and laughing about camps that Grayson's brother went to, saying they're dangerous when they themselves scrubbed their strive. Our goal is to assist families in containing the problem before it requires more prolonged treatment. What do they mean containing it? How do you contain an addiction like that? Even if you think that it is an addiction. How do you contain that? What do they do? Essay it out of them? How do you contain what they think is an addiction to pornography or sex? What do they do? Right. Teach healthy wanking? I mean, what do they do? It makes no sense. No, I probably don't want to know. But then again, I do want to know because these people have something called hidden productions that they've created after scrubbing this disgusting, weird, adolescent sexual stuff from the internet. Lauren was listed as a life coach for Strive. Failing to launch. Who uses that in an SA situation or failure to launch? John, do you have failure to launch? Then you got this weird freaking, Megan life coach in it. No, these people can't be trusted. These people can't be trusted even with a dog. Save Lily. Save Lily. Oh my God. Okay. Whew. Containing the problem. Okay, we have been successful. Really? Where's your fucking testimonials in assisting adolescents to curtail their pornography addictions to return to a normal level of functioning with enhanced purpose and additional direction in their lives without additional treatment? Purpose in adolescence matters. It eventually leads to a purposeful adult life with greater responsibility and maturity. The basis for all our programs rests upon developing trust and open communications. Children and adolescents will not thrive without love, support, and trust to guide their development and choices. We assist families and young adults in developing these critical qualities. We are committed to developing the next generation of flourishing individuals and leaders, which first requires the development of flourishing families. Sick. Ugh. Request a free consultation. Let's discuss how I can help you reach your potential. No thanks. I can't get any info when I right click. No. But where's their testimonials, you know? Okay, let's go back. Podcast. What's the podcast page? Strive Podcast. Podcast coming soon. August 18th to September of 2020. Shows the activity on that. Blog. Strive blog. Oh, this is fucking trustworthy. What is this picture? It's demons.
Ooh-wee, that will scare somebody.
This is their freaking page. This is their blog. Those are demons. What is this? Is this a book? Where the wild things are? Okay. It still is weird for them to put that, right? Settle down, Amesky. I get it. It's a book. It's a book. It's a book. However, why would they use that on their blog, dude? Why would they use that? Wait, that was his favorite book? These people are weird. I'm sorry, they look like demons. I'm looking at it from a adult standpoint on their blog where they're doing sexual things and saying where the wild things are. No. in praise of all things wild, but they're trying to curtail pornography. He has an obsession with this book. Where the wild things are. Why does he like it so much? Well, he's very weird. I'm not saying it's not a cute book. I'm saying on their blog. And why is he obsessed? He's weird. So where the wild things are. Summary. I don't know what it's about. Max, a mischievous young boy sent to bed without supper for misbehaving. He imagines his room turning into a jungle, sails to an island of monstrous wild things, becomes their king and leads a wild rumpus, but eventually feels lonely and sails back home to find his dinner waiting, still warm, representing a journey through his own powerful emotions and a return to love. John, you're weird. You are weird. You're weird. When I was 5 years old, my mother accelerated. Look at, this is what he's using. Look at All Things Wild, August 6th, 2018. In praise of all things wild, a short autobiography. Is this what Jolene read? This is what, yeah, this is the whole story, right? Hold on. Is this the whole thing that she read? Because I did listen to that. Ugh. Let the wild rumpus start. Let us together set the wild ones free. Wow, says Irma. This truly hits home. My son fights within himself every day. Interestingly, he's been afraid of death since the age of 5. He's now 32 and hoping this read helps him. Much respect, doctor. Hi, Irma. Thank you for reading my blog and taking the time to comment. I can relate to your son's difficulties in trying to find himself. I would be honored to have him read the blog and contact me. And I would be happy to provide him with feedback or suggestions I might have to assist him if he reaches out. Ugh. Okay. We know that from Jolene. All right, let's go back to the main page. If you want to hear the blog, you can read it on Jolene's. If one of the mods can get her video, because I'm not reading that whole thing. Let's go to About. Oh, look at this. This is fancy. Dr. John Matthias, psychologist. Oh, my God. What is this? Dr. John Matthias recently launched 2 initiatives. Project I Hope, which provides adventure experiences for children with terminal illnesses and families, and Project I Strive, which provides a platform for individuals to share their most passionate strivings for the future. He is a certified EGALA mental health specialist, and he often incorporates equine work into his adventure experiences. He's an avid canyoneer, and he gains sustenance and energy from the beautiful canyons of southern Utah. As a new father of a beautiful baby boy, Dr. John holds out hope for a future which worth inhabiting. A future worth inhabiting? His personal mission is to strive for love, peace, wisdom, kindness, and service to others. Wow. Dr. Matthias has acquired an enormous depth and breadth of psychological knowledge over his 20-year career as a psychologist, including in the domains of forensic, clinical. Hang on, let me I can turn my camera back on now. There's people in and out of my room today. Clinical, family, performance, and organizational psychology. Organizational. In the forensic context, he has assessed hundreds of high-risk felons for community placement, developing expertise in personality assessments and hidden behavioral motivations. In the clinical realm, he has worked with numerous victims of abuse and trauma, including with survivors of the recent Las Vegas shooting massacre and 9/11. As a family therapist, Dr. Matthias received his master's in marriage, family, and child counseling, and he has worked with hundreds of families, couples, and children over the years. That's concerning. He still supervises UNLV doctoral students on play therapy and family systems. As play therapy, what's that? As a performance psychologist, dude, what's play therapy? He's supervising play therapy. What does that mean? Isn't that when they like play with kids to get them to talk in therapy? Oh my God. As a performance psychologist, he has worked with professional athletes, hence the CNN or ESPN guy, right? Leaders and CEOs, assisting them to achieve insight and excellence in their domains. He has also worked with several organizations seeking transformation by applying a unique research model that he developed, drawing parallels between the qualities of exceptional teams and exceptional families. What's your research model, John? Inquiring minds want to know. By working with individuals and groups across such a wide spectrum of areas that have included both deficits and strengths, Dr. Matthias has developed a keen understanding of human beings at their highest and lowest points across the entire spectrum of human psychological development and function, which has led to greater wisdom about the major ingredients necessary for mastery and the development of resiliency and psychological well-being. We're going backwards, but let's see. Dr. John Matthias has a simple mission to facilitate self-discovery in others so they can make a difference in the world, whether this involves overcoming past trauma or becoming an exceptional leader or parent. He's done a great job with his wife. He has primarily worked as a clinical psychologist and as an organizational consultant with a focus upon leadership for several major organizations, including the Andre Agassi Foundation. He considers the leadership guru, Warren Bennis, to have been a mentor while receiving his doctorate from the University of Southern California. Dr. Matthias also graduated with honors in philosophy from Princeton under the guidance of the renowned philosopher Gilbert Harman. He won the prestigious McCosh Thesis Prize at Princeton. He was an all-Chicago and all-state football player, and he also played college football at Princeton when he didn't have mono. He was also high school valedictorian at a large public school, where he was chosen for a valedictory study that he continues to this day. He received several awards for his writing in high school and college. Fake credentials, building up a fake persona. Let's go to the FAQs, frequently asked questions. Here we go. Adventure. Are the adventure experiences dangerous? Can I get hurt? We work with several certified canyon guide services and equine specialists during our adventures to ensure safety. These canyon guides can't even talk like him. These canyon guides and equine specialists have decades of experience in stress optimal safety. They have all exceptional safety track records, and they are certified to perform their work. Still, Adventure is unpredictable and there will always be risks. Injuries possible. We take all possible precautions to minimize these risks. Driving a car is also risky, but most people drive every day, so you may as well do it. If someone is uncomfortable taking risks in a slot canyon, we will switch our adventure experience to something more comfortable, such as hiking or equine work. Client safety, both physical and emotional, is always our primary concern. Nobody benefits from our services if they believe their safety might be compromised. We want to challenge people to move outside their comfort zones, but not too far to the edge of their comfort zones to feel unsafe. Why is the Strive psychology assessment process different from other coaching services? Dude, this website was made with WordPress. It says right at the bottom. Dr. Matthias is a clinical psychologist with significant experience assessing high-risk felons and trying to get them off the hook, who have no desire to be forthcoming. His job was to determine the risks of community placement for the courts. That means that he has developed expertise in providing personality assessments that dig deep into one's character. He didn't even meet with that guy. And he didn't even mention the guy's childhood. Such a quack.
Psychopathy?
That means that he has developed expertise in providing personality assessments that dig deep into one's character and underlying personality dynamics. Okay. Most other counseling services use the Myers-Briggs or the DISC. But those instruments provide very little meaningful information and can be administered by anyone without experience or credentials. They are the types of instruments you would use for a parlor game, but not to truly examine and explore your life in depth. We go beyond the ordinary and the superficial. We use a battery of empirically derived and meaningful personality assessments to reveal who you really are beneath the superficial clutter and noise. Unless you dig beneath the surface of your personality, you'll never find out what is truly driving your behaviors in life. In other words, you'll remain stuck at the surface and fail to achieve your highest potential by learning more about your unique character and deeper motivations. We are a premium service. Here we are. This is the cost. Our prices begin at $150 per hour for an in-person or telephone consult. I thought they were free. Because we customize each adventure experience, the actual prices will vary for each individual. A typical one-day program would cost around $. Not even filled in, including pre-adventure assessment work, including up to 6 hours. 10 hours in a slot canyon, and 1 hour follow-up session. A typical 2-day program would cost about $, for approximately 24 hours of programming. Ooh, I don't like that. Ooh, I don't like that word. Under pressure. Do you see this? Programming. Hold on. That's exactly what they want to do. Program you, brainwashing. It's a cult. This is all cult shit. The 2-day adventure experience will usually include equine work with addition to a slot canyon. We provide a comprehensive report at the end of the program, summarizing the experience and outlining steps for performance and life improvements. This report is detailed in all areas of the client's life and unique in the field of personal growth. Here we go. Now we're getting to some nitty gritty. We are a premium service. You will be working with a top-level psychologist with over 20 years experience in a myriad of different venues and situations. The comprehensive report provided at the end of the experience itself, by itself, would be valued at $2,500. What? Wow. So if they're saying the assessment alone is worth $2,500, how much were they going to charge for this shit?
What?
$2,500. We offer a unique, adventure-based, and in-depth, life-changing experience, unlike any other in its kind. You can attend a Tony Robbins seminar for a similar price with 10,000 other people and learn about Tony Robbins' worldview. Or you can attend our program and undertake a custom canyon adventure. A one-of-a-kind experience completely focused upon your self-improvement with a psychologist capable of providing exceptional insights into human behavior. Your choice. Tony Robbins or me? Who's Tony Robbins? I know I've heard the name, but Tony Robbins. Did he have classes? He has free events now. Tony Robbins, life coach. Looks like he's a little bigger than you, John. Look at, he's got all kinds of shit. The Power Within. How much does Tony Robbins' Inner Circle cost? $97 a month. Wow. Who is Tony Robbins? He's a life coach. I read Tony Robbins, yes. Yes, Krisha. What does that mean? What does he look like, though? I probably would know him by his face. Tony Robbins. No, it doesn't ring a bell. Tony Robbins. No, I've never seen him. He looks like kind of a douchebag, though. Thank you, Cat Lady, for your super chat. It's gross. He's so sympathetic towards high-risk offenders while seeking to work with kids about personal issues, a major conflict of interest. Yeah, it's very concerning. This is serious stuff. Okay, I'll read it again. He says, you can attend a Tony Robbins seminar for a similar price with 10,000 other people and learn about Tony Robbins' worldview, or you can attend our program and undertake a custom canyon adventure. A one-of-a-kind experience completely focused upon your self-improvement with a psychologist capable of providing insights into human behavior. Your choice. Fitness. Do I need to be in good physical shape to participate? No, not at all. Almost all of our adventures are more psychological than physical in nature. You need to say no more. Say no more. You take them out in the middle of nowhere and you want to fucking torture them. It's more psychological than physical. BuzzFeed News in 2019 published a multi-part investigative series detailing several allegations against Robbins. Oh, do tell. It means it's more on your mind, psychological, like fucking with your mind, than being physical. Yeah. Isolation camp with John. Oh, sexual misconduct. At least 9 women accuse Robbins of inappropriate sexual advances, groping, or exposing himself. What a surprise. What a Oh, and he's in movies. That fits. Most of our clients have an average level of fitness. Theo, thank you for becoming a member. Welcome to Cooterville. Love is in the air. Most of our clients have an average level of fitness and are quite capable of negotiating all of the physical challenges in the canyons or the horses. No particular physical activity requires overly strenuous exertion. Although each experience might involve hiking, climbing, swimming, and rappelling. We do, however, recommend that participants obtain medical clearance. As discussed above, we tailor each adventure to the client's needs. Some clients will want it more physically to challenge themselves. Most professional athletes, for example, will demand far greater physical challenges than the average person. Other services, Strive Psychology appears to mainly offer adventure experiences. Do you offer services without an adventure? Yes, most definitely. Our brand stresses adventure because of its high intensity and ability to affect change more rapidly than normal phone or office visits. Adventure experiences are more memorable. Changes tend to stick. We understand, however, that some clients will not want to participate in an intense adventure. So we tailor all of our programming to their needs, their programming. As in all of our work, we begin with a thorough assessment and determine client needs based upon that information. Many of our adventure experiences are low impact and may simply involve hiking or walking in beautiful outdoors in southern Utah. Our equine experiences are also lower impact than the canyon adventures. In some cases, we forego any adventure and just work over the phone or in our office. We will always provide the experience that best meets the client's needs and comfort levels. God. Services. I know, Crush is spilling all kinds of tea. Oh my gosh, they're all connected, Crush. Oh wow, Robin served as an executive producer for the 2023 film Sound of Freedom. Okay, we read this. Leader Strive. I think we looked at this too. This is disturbing. Team Strive. Robin, I could get down with that. John is housebound because of his depression and all his training has been useless. Great teams are built upon trust. See, and these aren't even from his camps or whatever. These are stock photos of Dan Ransom. These are all stock photos. This is not what happened with John. John is not in these photos. These are stock photos. But I think the most concerning is the family strive. He'd be more dangerous if he had ever been successful, right? I don't think he was ever successful, and that's part of his insecurities. See, this is not from his program. Oh, we offer counseling for individuals, children and adults who simply want to address basic mental health needs or improve their overall psychological well-being. We have worked successfully with numerous mental health problems over the years, including depression, anxiety, post-traumatic stress disorder, addictions, and personality disorders. It's all bullshit. Yeah, see, it says designed by Metamorphosis, powered by WordPress. This is all a fake website that they've, and you got to ask, I mean, if any current gems are watching, I mean, ask them about this. Why did they hide this? What is this logo? It's like a weird origami. Request an invite to our program. No thanks. I'll pass on that. Request an invite. Reviews, canyons, clients. This is all dead links. Nothing. They never put anything here. No reviews, nothing. No clients. You don't have clients. You never had a client. Thank God. Because we'd probably see you on the news with Jesse Weber.
On Prime Crime.
Look at this. Share your wild. This is weird. It is like a bird origami or something. Yeah, like it's a hand. And the bird origami is flying out of his hand. Yeah, he said it was only with CEOs, Donna. This is a problem. Look at children stricken with serious illnesses and their families need to strive for hope more than anyone and process their traumatic situations. Caw-caw, caw-caw. Here's I Hope. Our mission is to provide hope for children and their families who feel hopeless in the event of trauma and serious illness. Dr. John Matthias, psychologist, Strive Psychology. Project I Hope began in the neonatal intensive care unit of St. Rose Dominican Hospital in Las Vegas. While in the NICU with his baby boy, Dr. Matthias learned from a nurse about another baby boy. Oh my God. Stop. With a rare form of cancer, neuroblastoma. With his son struggling to breathe and survive, Dr. Matthias was moved by the unimaginable agony of having a baby with a terminal illness. Having worked with abused children for many years, he vowed to start a project to benefit children and their families traumatized by their experiences with cancer and terminal illnesses. We believe that children stricken with serious illnesses and their family need to strive for hope more than anyone else. We want to provide the most enriching, hopeful adventure experiences possible for these children and their families and to record them for future generations. We will never give up on the children who will lead our future, no matter the circumstances. We will never lose hope in their ability to contribute and heal. Why does a kid with cancer need to go out in the middle of nowhere with John Matthias? Is it because they have a terminal illness and they can't live to talk about it? I mean, what the fuck? Who preys on these kind of people? Hold on. I got to turn off my camera again. And it's not to let someone in the room. It's so I can puff past. I mean, what the fuck, dude? Why does a kid with a terminal illness need to go out in the middle of the fucking desert? In the middle of nowhere with a strange psychologist. What good would that ever do? Project I Hope supports adventure programs with children experiencing post-PTSD from witnessing or undergoing severe traumas. We went from cancer to children with PTSD. Stop it. We went from him being completely passionate about a kid in the NICU having cancer. Hey, Boston. Good to see you, girl. I'm glad you came over. Thank you for being here. Thanks for saying hi. But we went from this cancer thing in oh, we're going to help them. They're traumatized by their experiences with cancer and terminal illness. Then down below, it's PTSD for kids that witnessed or are undergoing severe traumas. And look at how he spelled trauma. He can't even spell trauma right. Look. TRAUAMAS. Do not use this guy. Don't use this guy for anything. traumas. Our mission. Oh, and here it is again. Oh, look at this. Look at this. Now we get it. Oh, now there's the donate button.
Bing bang.
There, now we get to the reason for this. Our mission is to provide hope for children or families who often feel hopeless. In the event of trauma and serious illness, we offer scholarships. Scholarships for children and their families who are struggling with the trauma of terminal illnesses. 100% of the donations to Project I Hope go directly in our pocket. I mean, towards our children's adventure services. We accept donations for Project I Hope to offer scholarships to the many children and families seeking to cope with their illnesses and traumas. Look, donate. Donate here. That yellow donate button. Let's click it. It's gone. Scrubbed. Scrubbed. Oh my God. What are these people doing? Okay, now we're going to Project I Strive. Oh, grassroots. Oh my God. Oh, fuck. All right, this is Project I Strive. The purpose of Project I Strive is to allow people to reflect upon their lives and their relationship to an unknown future, one still open to change, by collectively sharing and leaning into that future in a positive way. The hope is we can change it for the better. Project I Strive is a grassroots initiative designed to inspire and motivate people to share their deepest aspirations and wildest hopes, dreams, and visions for a positive future, moved by the Before I Die walls. The project began during Dr. Matthias's research for his book on striving. Oh man, on striving. He had a name for this. Like this was going to be a thing called, oh yeah, are you striving? Yeah, I'm striving. Are you striving? Yeah, I'm striving. Kind of like, are you making connections with Jodie? Yeah, I'm making connections. Yeah, I was referred to connections. I'm striving with John Matthias. His book on striving, which means it's his sick method of whatever the hell it was he wanted to do. Yep. The project began when Dr. Matthias did research for his book on striving, when he asked his interviewees to share their most when he asked his interviewees to share their most passionate strivings on the back of his business card. What? It was on a business card, y'all. Have a great time, Bobby. Bobby? Damn it, Bobby. Why you leaving, Bobby? Just kidding. It was on the back of his business card. The date of this website is August 8, 2018. The original incorporation was 09, says Pines. Kelly, this is killing me. He had interviewees share their most passionate strivings on the back of his business card. Weird. I mean, did he actually have business cards? We don't know exactly who may have had contact with this dude. Is that why he's wearing a mask to Trader Joe's? Is that why he's wearing a mask to Trader Joe's? Because he doesn't want to be seen? I mean, there's just something more. There's like truth in their bullshit. Like there's always truth in people's bullshit. Don't want to be seen in public. I mean, what if there is people that worked with him? Maybe that's why he didn't want to go on YouTube. I mean, they could have got a sucker or two pulled in. You never know. Because of the many responses were so heartfelt. Oh, so he got responses. He later asked if he could share some of these intimate responses with others. Now, who asks for intimate details on a business card and then wants to share? Oh, yeah, John and Lauren. Just like they shared, Colby's text. That type of thing. No, Lauren, no, he had his baby boy. This was not pre-Lauren. Nope. We cannot let Lauren off the hook here. Lauren was a life coach for Strive. Let's not forget. She was also a DJ. You can see on the screen, she was a DJ. But she was up to her tongue in Strive. Well, I think scamming everybody on YouTube shut their successful business down and made them scrub it. All of this, if it was legit, would be public. It wouldn't be scrubbed. It would be 100% transparent. There is no reason for someone who has dove into things like this. There's no reason to keep this private. If you really legitimately were trying to help people. Even if you were trying to help people and it was unsuccessful, right? Even if it failed, why would you hide it? Why wouldn't you just say it wasn't the right thing or it wasn't the right time? If it's legit, you don't have to hide it. The project was later enlarged to include the hopes and aspirations of all people willing to share their positive visions for the future. Please share your why and your wild with the world. It's never too late to strive for your dreams. Oh, here we go. He put some of them on here. I strive to always reach for the stars with my feet solidly planted on the ground. Jill, Nebraska. I strive to work hard because the best possible parent and to make a killer chocolate cream pie. Sandra, Nevada. I strive to love, be kind, seek wisdom, and make every day count by helping others on their journeys of self-discovery. Dr. John in Nevada and Utah. I strive to find a cure for cancer while my 10-year-old daughter is still alive so I can someday attend her wedding. Melanie, Colorado. Wow. We know these are made up. Sick. Sick, y'all are sick. I hate these people. I strive to send us your striving for this card. Name, location. If these people are real, I need to talk to you. Jill, Sandra, and Melanie. I don't think they're real, though. Look, there's all these empty ones. Share your strive. Contact info. Dr. John Matthias, Las Vegas, Nevada, St. George, Utah. License, Utah, Nevada. Phone number, 702-381-8860. Then you send this cheesy contact form to get in contact with them. Wow. I did not expect to see this today. The last action is September of 2020. And this is what it says. They scrubbed it and look what they put up here in 2020. New website for Dr. John Matthias coming soon. I know, I really try to mask it, mannequin. Would I mind attempting to call the number? I doubt it's even in service. Let me see. Where is it? We'll try it. That is a Vegas number. 381-8860. All right, here we go. I don't think it's a real number. It's not connecting. It just says calling. It won't even connect. See? Like it's such a fake number, it won't even ring. So it was probably some kind of online number. Hey, Crochet. See, look, it still says calling. It won't even connect to that number. That's how fake it is. Yeah, there's something wrong with this for sure. All right, I got to get off that bright ass page. How long have we been live? 2 hours and 20 minutes? Well, back then they probably, remember they had those plug-in things you could get for your computer and you'd plug it in and you could get a phone number? Remember that? Hidden True Crime, a shell company. Yeah. Where are we going to put all this money? John, where are we going to put our money? We got to move this money. Oh my God, John. We got to move this money. I was going to review a video. Magic Jack. That's what it's called. Yes, the Magic Jack. Oh God, that's a horrible thing for John to possess, a Magic Jack. Them saying their kid is emaciated, dark circles, blaming Christina, the world. It's them. Hidden Productions. I think that was before Google numbers, to be honest. It was probably like Magic Jack. Yeah, shell company. Are you going live, Crasha? Do you have a live setup? No, that was in 2020 that they said there was a new website coming. Janice. Oh, when you Google the number, it comes up as his phone number according to his Facebook. Okay, hold on, Pines. Oh, yeah, we looked at this before. It's not him, though, I thought. You don't have one set up? Oh, Jod is live. Is she? Well, I was going to go over one of their Frankie videos that I had saved in my watch later, which is this one, Devil in the Family. I kind of wanted to do it while I just heard them say and laugh about Chad Frankie. I think it's her. I think it's their baby. I'm not convinced she carried him. I'm just not. I mean, she may have. But I wanted to go over this while it was fresh in my head. Okay, why don't you do that? Get set up, Crush. and then I'll send over to you. Okay, you guys want to do it? Let's do it.
A never before seen. Hello. A Friday.
Sorry.
Hello. A Friday night live with our hidden gems. And who else has watched the new Hulu documentary Devil in the Family, The Fall of Ruby Franke? Because
I got to speed her up.
John and I sure did last night. We watched all 3 episodes. It's a docuseries. And wow, we've been covering this case since the beginning. A never before seen home video.
Well, you heard it from her mouth. We've been covering this case since the beginning. Let me pull up that other video too. Hold on. I'm going to let you guys listen, but I need to have
finally
some
seen
rebuttals.
Jodie in a trance. For me personally, I don't know about anyone else out there, but that was my wildest moment for me, is actually seeing these alleged trances that we've heard about. And trances, I'll say trance with a quote symbol, because I'll give you a little, I think they're complete manipulation. But we'll ask
you would know
Dr. John, because we have a psychologist here with us, my co-host, Hidden True Crimes co-host, Dr. John Matthias, a criminal and forensic psychologist. And you have been assessing Jodie Hildebrandt and Ruby Franke from the very beginning, helping us process how this happened, who is who, why this happened, and of course, because of the Franke family.
Oh, by the way, let me give you a date on this. This is February 28th of 2025. February 28th, 2025. So almost a year ago.
Family, Kevin coming forward, the children, the adult children coming forward. And by adult children, I mean Sherry and Chad. We were able to get a deeper, more inside look on the dynamics going on inside the home when Jodie, before and after Jodie entered their lives. And yes, there were a lot of new snippets. So we're going to get into a lot tonight, but
we're going to go through a lot
in Hidden True Crime style. We're going to let John choose where he wants to start. I'm going to also be checking out our chat. And if you have a question for us, do a big question mark. I'll try to star it and we'll come back to those. And we just want to dig deep because, like I said, we've got a psychologist with us here tonight. And what I do, and many of you don't know this, we've been doing this since we were dating, because we're not just co-hosts for those new to Hidden True Crime. We're also married. And John,
we're also married.
I'll have to be honest. This is when I knew I was sold on you, was when we...
When I was sold on you? Ooh.
We were
sold
dating.
like I was marketing you. I was marketing myself.
Right,
I guess
with like the checklist that Ruby had. John had a check. Yeah. I had a checklist like Ruby in my closet. We'll get into that.
Let's clarify. Ruby didn't have a checklist. She had like a spreadsheet with colors, and she had what I call the husband spreadsheet. I mean,
color coded. Yeah.
It was extensive, color coding, and like I don't know. There were at least on the on one axis she had all these qualities. So she had like I lost count. Like they didn't show it that long, but she had like 30 plus qualities at least. And then on the horizontal axis, they had different boxes for all the suitors or all the boyfriends that she was dating. There were so many. That's what surprised me. I thought maybe like 3 or 4. No, there were like 20 plus people, suitors that were interested in her. Like the husband spreadsheet. That was an amazing part of the documentary, and they actually had it somehow. I don't know, Kevin or Ruby, somebody filmed that at some point years ago.
Yeah. I did not have a color-coded spreadsheet hanging in my closet when I was dating you, but I had hopes and dreams. But if I had a color-coded spreadsheet, on it would be psychologist, can psychoanalyze criminals with me, can psychoanalyze reality television shows with me, using the pause button and discussing and answering all my questions. And then I would have probably wanted you to have like a British accent, which you don't have, but here we are. It's okay. It's okay.
Yeah,
I do like that British accent, but it's okay.
You can't get everything on that spreadsheet.
Yeah.
And
I got a Chicago accent. Chicago accent instead.
Even Kevin recognized that there were limitations to the spreadsheet, but this is
a British accent. Okay.
This is an interesting part for those who watched it. Kevin found this spreadsheet, this colored spreadsheet, right? And he studied it. He said he took pictures of it. He studied it. He memorized it. He said he worked harder on knowing the spreadsheet than he did at school. And obviously it paid off for him because he ended up marrying her in the year 2000. But
how interesting is that? Like, do you want to, if you're going to marry someone, do you try to conform to all the qualities they're looking for? Like that says a lot about Kevin. That Kevin is very malleable and very passive, right? That he's and people. That's one question people have been asking me: is Kevin brainwashed?
Janice.
One of the arguments for why Kevin wasn't as involved, or when Ruby pushed him out of the home, I've heard from many people saying, well, doesn't Kevin have some culpability? And the answer is, yeah, of course he does. But like,
Lisa said her shirt looks like my middle school trapper keeper. For real. It is a trapper keeper design.
If you look at that spreadsheet, and so many answers lie in that spreadsheet, by the way, you get a better understanding of Kevin. Kevin is someone who he wants to make Ruby happy. He's submissive.
Hey, Danny.
He's passive. He's trying to adopt all these qualities in the husband spreadsheet that he may or may not have. Just so.
No, their chemistry still sucks. She's just more engaged with the chat. So she seems more lively. Now she doesn't even give a fuck about the chat. She just sits back like this and reads it. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Like she's stuck in this marriage right now and she can't get out. She's like, I agree.
So that he can win her over. He even says that in the documentary. He says, he said something like, I had to play dirty. Or, basically what he says is, I manipulated her into falling in love with me and marrying me to some extent. And so this is someone, he says this in the documentary, this is someone who he wants to stay married. He's submissive. He's going to do whatever he thinks he needs to do to appease Ruby.
I don't think they're in different buildings here. I think this is one of their rooms at their house, and this is his room.
And I think that goes a long way towards explaining why he didn't stand up or take action, or why he wasn't a little more aggressive in terms of challenging her and challenging Jodie for the kids. And I don't want to put a value judgment on that. For me, there's a part of me that looks at it and says, well, I
got to turn on.
You might be passive, but these are your kids, right? Like, I don't care how submissive you are, how much you want to please Ruby. You need to take a stand here. You need to protect your kids. And I think that's people's argument. That it's more of a moral argument that no matter how submissive this guy is, from a moral standpoint, he needs to stand up to them and fight for his children. So I think that's where people are really having a hard time with him. But from a psychological standpoint, this is a guy who's very dependent upon her. He's very submissive. He seems like someone who, he even says this, that he tends to be somewhat submissive to more authoritarian figures. Certainly Jodie and maybe Ruby to some extent, at least in that family, would fit that description. So we started with Kevin. I don't know if that was my intention, but like it or not, we started with Kevin.
We started with Kevin. Well, yeah, no, typically I would hope that, if a young man that if saw a spreadsheet like that in a female's closet, he would see that as a giant red flag, where Kevin's like, I got to take a picture and memorize this. Whatever she wants, I will be. It did explain.
What's a trapper keeper?
It explained Kevin a lot, and it explained Ruby a lot. And you were telling me that was a moment of pausing. You were like, rewind that. Are you kidding?
What?
Yeah, and, that was a moment of, I always talk about this idea that sometimes these little things that don't seem that important initially really explain so much. And this is one of those moments in this documentary, this husband spreadsheet that, it's one thing for someone like Ruby or anyone to list some qualities they like in someone, just to kind of remind themselves, I want someone who's kind, right? I want someone who's smart, whatever, it's one thing to kind of have that list and kind of know that list. And I think maybe that's important. It's another thing to have 200 qualities and to start using different color codings and right, like that, there's an obsessive quality to this spreadsheet. And so I think one thing I took out of that is that if you're trying to understand how this reflects upon Ruby, I think the short answer is that there's something formulaic about that spreadsheet. That this is someone, when you look at that, this is someone who wants easy answers. This is someone who wants a formula that she's gonna put all this data in with all these color codes, and it's gonna spit out this answer. The answer is Kevin, right? Like it's sort of like the joke about I forget the book, The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. There's a question in there about they ask this computer what's the meaning of life, and the computer takes like 10,000 years to figure out the answer, and the answer is something like, I don't remember. People can correct me on this. The answer is something like 31. Right? That it's a joke. That it's absurd because the answer to what's the meaning of life is not going to be a number, right? But that's how Ruby sees the world. That the spreadsheet is going to spit out the correct answer for who her husband should be. It doesn't have anything to do with intuition or emotion, right? It's all formulaic and it's all clear cut. And I think what I took away from this, with Ruby at least, this is someone who wants the world to be a particular way. This is someone who, and you see this in her YouTube in 8 Passengers.
You see this. We're in this. This is how people get wood.
This is someone who wants a very curated, perfectionistic, formulaic, reductive view of the world.
Just like your wife.
And those very qualities you see in that spreadsheet. And trying to pick a husband, she's doing the very thing that she's doing on 8 Passengers. Your mic is off.
Some are saying that that's what they learned to do in their LDS when women's growing up. I certainly recall also being taught to make a list again of all my hopes and dreams. Again, you do not have a British accent. I'm dealing with it. Someone suggested I get you some lessons. But I think going to what you just said though, the one takeaway as we continue talking about that and rewinding it is you said it means that Ruby thinks there is a formula for everything, which is, I know what you're saying now, but there are people that want a formula for everything, the right way to do something, that there is a formula and they can fix everything. And she brought up obedience a lot too, and that obedience is love. I think that goes along with wanting a formula.
Yeah, they really do have a lot to say about this, and they're very excited about it.
We'll get into that. But yeah, thank you for bringing that up. We'll just start there. That was
and so even before she's married to Kevin, and even before 8 Passengers, you can start seeing some of these early influences, and that spreadsheet is such a great metaphor for the way Ruby Franke interprets the world, the way she sees the world, the way she acts in the world, the way she is in the world, her expectations for the world. Right, everything in that spreadsheet becomes translated into her YouTube channel, and that's one of the remarkable things about this documentary is. You see that playing out behind the scenes. There's moments where she's really frustrated. She gets frustrated with Chad, and she gets frustrated with Sherry a lot. And she'll say to them, there's one moment in the documentary where she says to Chad, fake it. If you're not happy, act happy. Smile. Act like this is important to you. Act right. Just fake it.
Mm-hmm. Yes, she did.
She's saying, I want you, Chad, to fit this formula of how the perfect family should work. And by the way, that is something that Kevin talked about a lot. That her ideal, more than anything else, her ideal was to be seen as the perfect mom. This is a quote from Kevin. He said, her ultimate role, quote, her ultimate role is a parent. Her ultimate ambition was to be seen as the perfect mom. And notice too, like, what's interesting about that statement, and again, this is picking up on kind of the minutia here, but
thanks, Desire.
This is important, right? What Kevin said, and this, again, the quote is, her goal wasn't to be the perfect mom. He says her goal was to be seen as the perfect mom, to be seen, right? Think about that.
That's interesting.
Oh, it is interesting. It's just like, yeah.
Normally you'd say, my goal is to be the perfect parent. You're not going to say, my goal is to be seen as the perfect parent, which, when I, as a psychologist, when I read between the lines, that's an amazing statement because this idea of being seen in a certain way is often related to shame. Shame is about how you want people to see you. It's about controlling that image you have. And so is narcissism, by the way. So shame, many psychologists would argue, and there's research supporting this, that narcissism is a response to shame. That if shame is feeling vulnerable and imperfect and all the things Ruby's trying to avoid, insecure, right? If shame is imperfection, then the response to that is narcissism. It's a way to...
What is he even talking about?
Cover up that shame or to repress that shame. That if you can curate this image as being the perfect mom, but you don't feel that way. So this is where I think this is important. I think in many ways, Ruby doesn't feel like the perfect mom. She feels defective in some ways. She doesn't. So all of this is about her trying to...
Look who gifted 5. It's time to get funky. Dee 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 dee. It's time to get spunky. Dee 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 dee. It's time for McSpunky. Time to get funky with McSpunky with 5 hidden true crime memberships.
Override that sense of imperfection with something that presents her as more perfect. And hence the YouTube channel. You know, Kevin says that she started the channel because she wasn't getting enough praise and attention. This is a quote again. Just quote, she was not getting enough praise and attention for being a mom. So she created a YouTube channel. Because when you know, that's a typical parental response, right? Like when you feel like you're not being good enough as a parent, let's go create a YouTube channel. Let's create a family vlog.
Well, I also want to point out another aspect to that in the LDS faith, being a mother is a beautiful thing that is honored and respected.
Wait, what? You're in the LDS faith in this one now? Or is she talking about Ruby?
This faith.
I get confused. I think he's talking about Lauren, and then I'm like, wait a minute, we're talking about Ruby. Thank you, Gene P. I appreciate that.
Being a mother is a beautiful thing that is honored and respected, but you don't get to go to an office every day and get accolades and go to award shows and be a CEO. Much of it is hidden and thankless. And so it was, she wanted an audience to say, look at me. I am the best mom. And she...
Was that you? Is that you? What's up with your lips? They look really chapped, like you bit them off. What was going on in February? It made you so nervous. Why was you so nervous? Look at him. He's like, is that why you got on YouTube?
She didn't know where to get that. And so she got that on YouTube. Because I think that was part of it too, is, if you're supposed to do this and she's going to be the best and the best mom and the grandest, like, who cares? It's thankless. It's a thankless job behind the scenes,
But she needed that to cover this sense of defect or imperfection or vulnerability that she was feeling. Like in the end, that's what she was trying to do. And so, that's kind of the kernel. That's kind of the foundation that drives this narrative. It drives the narrative all the way to the end.
The corn kernel?
Where she gets convicted of felony child abuse. So, if you're thinking about this in terms of like the criminal mind, that's kind of where it starts. Or I could go back further and say,
oh, you could,
that this idea of perfectionism starts in her family, or maybe even several generations before. I don't know, but
then
certainly there's a therapist in this documentary. His name is Brandon Patrick, and he happened to work with Jodie, actually, which is one of the reasons they brought him into the show. But
how come they didn't bring you in? Because you won't admit it? Did you know Brandon? Hold on. Brandon Patrick. Did you work with Brandon? Do you know Brandon? Or did Brandon get picked and you didn't? Like, what is it? He happened to work with Jodie. He just happened to? And you just happened to as well?
Therapist in this documentary. His name is Brandon Patrick, and he happened to work with Jodie, actually, which is one of the reasons they brought him into the show. But he talks about this idea fairly early on in the first episode. He says that, this is an exact quote, but it's close. He says something to the effect of that people in the communities that Jodie and Ruby are residing in, he says they're happy. They're very happy, right? But he says they're happy, but
no, was that the guy? I don't think that's the guy. Is it? Brandon Patrick. I don't think that's him.
They're happy, but they're stuck in.
That was the Pages. Pages. Isn't their last name Page?
A box. They're stuck in a bubble. It's a culture of perfectionism, and that people are wanting to look a certain way. They're wanting to be more perfect because the capital for the Mormon Church is Salt Lake City, and they're striving for perfection in order to advance the highest degree of glory for the church.
That was a very, if it wasn't an exact quote, it was an almost exact quote. He did refer to that. That is what he said at the beginning. He said, I need to be careful what I say.
Let's look him up. Brandon Patrick, Jodie Hildebrandt. Okay. And this, oh, it's Brannon. There's no D. Brannon Patrick. Okay, it says local therapist. Okay, here it is. Paige Hannah. That's the Hannahs. Okay, so Brannon Patrick right here. Oh, it just says he's local therapist, Utah therapist. Let's go back. Brannon Patrick is a Utah-based clinical therapist who worked briefly under and trained with Jodie Hildebrand. He was a licensed therapist, worked under Jodie. He has a podcast. He's opened up about his experience detailing the hidden truth. He's commented on the damaging impact of Hildebrand's counseling service connections. He was in the 2025 Hulu. He specializes in trauma and betrayal. I don't remember him. I don't remember what he looks like. How come there's no pictures? Brannon Patrick, Utah. The Brannon Patrick Show. This guy. This is him. Brannon uses his expertise to explore all things about sexuality, spirituality, healing from trauma, and discovering purpose, passion, and pleasure again. I can't. Courses. Featured courses. Oh, God. Through years of experience working with couples, is he still doing this? Like, dude, you worked for Jodie Hildebrand. Why are you still doing this? Boundary boot camp? Oh my God, look at this, $9.99. Has your partner been unfaithful in your marriage? Do they watch porn behind your back? Has your heart been shattered? $200, you can find out what to do. Believe it or not, your actions just after you betray your partner can do just as much damage as the betrayal itself. Fucking $200. Look at, he shares text messages. Oh my God, these people are so inappropriate. Yep, still flying under the radar. Who does this on a website? Kresha says they think it's okay for them to continue because it's good for thee, but not for me. Look at these. I believe when men set themselves on a path of self-reflection to understand how they are hardwired and why they think, feel, and behave the way they do, they open themselves up to the potential of greater success. Real, honest, and kind, no spouse bashing, no shaming, and refreshingly optimistic. Wow. What if I can't afford it? These courses are offered at a fraction of the cost of therapy. They have specialized knowledge that will make a huge difference in your life. I've tried to make the healing bundle affordable for most. It will save you so much money and heartache in the future. Just consider it an investment. Ready to heal your relationship? Enroll in my guided content to help you heal from betrayal and addiction. Yep, 2026, Brannon Patrick, all rights reserved. Still doing the same shit. Still doing the same shit. Ask Brandon. Let's see what this is. Oh, you can log in and pay and everything else. Ask Brandon anything. Therapy Brothers, the call-in podcast. Ask them anything. Schedule your call as our guest. No, thank you. I'll pass hard on that one. The Therapy Brothers podcast. Wow. Jay, if you look up Brandon and John, they frequently collaborate together according to AI. Okay. Cool. Got a whole picture of his whole family there. Wow. Hi, I'm Brandon, a dynamic leader in the relationship recovery community. I have a passion for repairing broken relationships. Wow, this guy has balls doing this shit. I have developed several programs for addiction, recovery, and betrayal. In 2015, I started creating content online to reach more couples who are struggling. I'm extremely grateful these resources have helped thousands of couples from different parts of the world. Thank you so much, Gene P. Jay just wanted to say thanks for all your ongoing hard work. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. I appreciate the support. Yeah, doesn't he look thrilled? Ugh. My story. I am the co-clinical director and owner of Therapy Utah. Oh my gosh.
Ski Utah.
I have treated almost every kind of addiction in every setting. I started working on an inpatient psychiatric unit, then spent years gaining experience in an intensive outpatient setting. You sure did. Inpatient? This is 2026, dude. This is now. This is currently going on. Through intense outpatient setting. Was that working with Jodie? Through my years of clinical work, I have received specialized training as a certified sexual addiction therapist. Who certified him? Jodie? There they are. Can you guys see this whole page? Yeah, you can. Therapy Utah. Apart from being a relationship and recovery coach, I'm also a writer, blogger, podcaster, and content creator. I'm known as the expert on the Betrayed, the Addicted, and the Expert podcast with couple Ashlyn and Kobe Mitchell. Let's see who they are. We'll just keep opening tabs. Ashlyn and Kobe. Oh my God, they're divorced. Why I chose to uncouple. There's Kobe. Looking great, brother, says Dirkster. Oh my God. Every week we share our 3 different perspectives on topics dealing with relationships, recovery, and addiction, guiding our listeners through change no matter their circumstance. There's, I guess, one of their things. Yikes. Who's out there with them? Yeah, it's the same shit, dude. It's no different. They just caught Jodie. It's just like Chad and Lori. You think there's people out there that still don't believe their shit? Of course they do. Yeah, Travis Alexander was wrapped up in prepaid legal and speaking engagements and all that. It's a big part of this Mormon culture is speaking and all of that. One of my favorite things to do is run healing retreats for men, women, and couples. I'm also trained in eye movement desensitization and reprocessing, EDMR, dialectical behavior therapy, and cognitive behavioral therapy. I don't think I'd want this guy doing any kind of like desensitization. What is this? What's EDMR? Structured psychotherapy that helps people heal from trauma by reprocessing upsetting memories, often using guided eye movements or other bilateral stimulation. Okay. Image may contain 6 people, including Brandon, Patrick, people smiling, people sitting, and a child. I mean, I'm not trying to be mean here, but this picture looks like it looks like they have people from like a group home sitting there, like a field trip. And I'm not saying that to be mean at all, but look at the people that are sitting there. This just doesn't look right. Look at one's got his hood up and he's like, this guy is like looking like Stacey Wandra. They just look like they were brought there and told to sit down. Look at this guy's on his phone. This just doesn't look right. I'm definitely not muted. I'm 100% not muted, I promise. Just doesn't look right to me. Looks like they're getting ready to put these guys to work or something. My greatest training has been in real life. I've been married to my beautiful wife for over 15 years now. Check out some of my most popular videos here. Oh God, do I even want to? At least it's not stock. Okay, here's his thing. Most parents have no idea how to talk to your kids. Oh, really? Oh my God.
Let's talk about how to talk to your kids about porn. I'm going to tell you a secret. Most parents have no idea how to talk to their kids about porn. Most parents aren't trained in it and they have no idea what they're doing. The reason I can say this is because I sit with people every day who have major pornography addictions. And they talk to me about the way their parents handled it when they were kids. And I can totally see why addiction has happened because of the way the parents handled it. So I'm glad you're watching this video, and I want you to listen closely because this can really change your children's lives. We live in a different world than the world that I grew up in. Things have changed now. The game has changed when it comes to pornography and parenting with talking about pornography. So here's 3 things that have totally changed since I was a kid. First off, the accessibility. Porn is accessible. It's everywhere. Parents, the older generation, their heads were just in the clouds. And they would have the talk with their children about sex. And in the meantime, Dad would have a stack of Playboys under the bed or whatever. But they'd have the talk. And then they just avoid talking about sex. That's the old school way of doing things. And they wouldn't educate, they wouldn't talk much about it. Now, I'm not saying everybody is this way, but most people were. Now, that shifted when the internet came out.
He's just like Jodie.
These 3 things started.
Porn is a very awkward topic to talk about, especially when you're talking to young teens. Watch this video to learn how to talk to your kids about porn so they don't go the wrong way in the long run. This guy, Is your spouse cheating? What to do when your spouse cheats on you? Fuck you, dude. How to survive a sexless marriage without cheating? Why are emotional affairs so hard to get over? How to set boundaries with a lying spouse? 5 consequences of cheating you've never thought of? How to heal after you've been cheated on? fuck?
Is your spouse cheating? In this video, I'm going to give you the most common signs that your spouse might be cheating.
Wow.
And I'm going to talk to you about, if you believe that they are, what you should do.
Wow, this is so unethical, dude. Ugh. Okay, let's go to how identifying the cause of cheating. Let's see what he says, douchebag.
Suspicious in the first place? Is it your gut telling you something? Or have you actually seen signs of it, but you just don't want to face the reality of it? One or the other could be happening. Maybe it's just your past trauma and it has nothing to do with your partner and they're not cheating on you, but you're just scared that they are because you've experienced some bad things in the past. But I'd encourage you to not discount the facts, not discount reality. Get as grounded as you can be in what is and look at it and face it. I've heard stories before of things like, yeah, my husband texts another woman all the time and goes to lunch with her and talks about sex all the time and sends pictures, but I don't think they're cheating. Well, she doesn't think they're cheating because she doesn't want to think that. If she looks at the facts, it looks very much like he's having an affair. Before I go any further, I want you to understand that I'm talking about both emotional affairs and full-fledged affairs in this video. So cheating is not just physical. It's not just about sex. You can cheat on your spouse by having an emotional affair with somebody other than your spouse. Okay, so I'm not saying these things to trigger you, but I am saying these things just for you to kind of look at it.
That's exactly why he's saying it. He wants to trigger the fuck out of people so they pay him money because they think he can help them. Why is this guy? Oh my God. He's got 12,000 subscribers. This is 4 years ago. This was actually November 8th, 2021.
And wonder whether or not you're being cheated on. So here's the signs of a partner who's having an affair. They are spending a lot of time on their phone and they're being very protective of their phone.
Oh my
when
God.
you pick it up or
You're
when you
a
get close
douche.
to it, they try to make sure that you can't get in, that you can't see anything. That's a good sign that there's something that they're hiding, that there's something that they don't want you to see. I could hand my phone to my wife right now and I'd be perfectly comfortable. She could see anything on my phone.
Yeah, because your
at this
other
point,
one
because I've got nothing to hide.
'Cause you have two
Another thing that a
phones.
cheater will do is justify relationships with the opposite sex. They'll do things like, it's okay that I went to lunch one-on-one with that person. We just talked about the weather. But why are you going to lunch one-on-one? They'll get mad and angry and accuse you of being jealous when you bring up things about that and when you question that, so that you don't question it anymore. They'll push boundaries with the opposite sex. They'll be flirtatious. They'll say things and do things that you normally wouldn't do in a normal relationship.
Bossy,
And you'll
good
feel
question.
that energy. You'll notice that energy if your partner is willing to cheat or not. Another thing that a cheater will do is disconnect and become mean and volatile in your relationship. And the reason for this is they feel tons of guilt and shame. And they don't want to be vulnerable with you. They don't want to be intimate with you because they're stuck in so much self-loathing. And so intimacy can be very difficult. I'm not talking about sex. I'm talking about intimacy. I'm talking about real connection in the relationship. Think about it. If your partner has a lot of secrecy and he's hiding a lot of things or she's hiding a lot of things, then they're not going to want to be close to you. You'll see a lot of volatility with emotion. They'll be up.
Shut the fuck up, dude. All right, we're going back to them. We went in a little rabbit hole, okay? So we went to his shit. He's still doing the same shit that he did with Jodie, it looks like. Very disturbing stuff. Let's see what it does if I go book appointment. Therapy Co. Look at this shit. Therapy Co. handles billing, scheduling. Wait, what? Did he not? Hold on, how did I get here? Oh, this is his scheduling thing. What? This is who sets up their therapy? That means this is where he buys his shit. 20 hours of office. This is his. Oh my God. This is where he gets his stuff from. Therapy Co. earnings calculator. 150. full office. How is Therapy Co. better than running my own practice? So often therapists get in this career because they love meeting and helping people, but not because they love the administrative and billing tasks. Who runs this? Alpine, Utah. Therapyco.org. Okay, that's another rabbit hole for another day. Let's get out of Brannon Patrick. He's a weirdo. He was in the Jodie Hildebrandt documentary, and John is going to tell us about him right now. Here we go.
Culture of perfectionism, and that people are wanting to look a certain way. They're wanting to be more perfect because the capital for the Mormon Church is Salt Lake City, and they're striving for perfection in order to advance the highest degree of glory for the church.
That was a very, if it wasn't an exact quote, it was an almost exact quote. He did refer to that. That is what he said at the beginning. He said, I need to be careful what I say.
Right.
And then
I don't think he was careful enough, by the way. I'm sure he's getting some backlash for that. But
well,
I mean,
it's important to say what you say. And Springville, Utah, unfortunately, because I have wonderful friends from Springville, and it is a beautiful, beautiful place to raise children. But there has been a lot of...
Wow, Mindy, that's messed up. That is really messed up. She said my brother had to go to therapy after he left the church because he was so afraid to talk to women who weren't his wife. He'd been conditioned to think he couldn't have friendships with women. That's crazy. I'm so sorry that you guys went through all this. It's messed up.
Crime coming out of there recently with the Frankies there. Chad Daybell is from there, and others. So recently with the Frankies there, Chad Daybell is from. Unfortunately, because I have wonderful friends.
Careful enough, by the way.
Hold
I'm sure
on.
he's getting some backlash for that. But
it's important to say what you say. Springville, Utah, unfortunately, because I have wonderful friends from Springville, and it is a beautiful, beautiful place to raise children. But there has been a lot of, crime coming out of there recently with the Frankies there. Chad Daybell is from there, and others. So it was an interesting thing to know. Another thing, though, that you said with that is, I forgot. You said something. I was like, I gotta hit on that. What was it you said? Forgive me, John. What were you saying? Short-term memory loss, guys. I'm like Dory. I was like, I got something to say, and then I
was just talking about the idea of perfectionism and how it applied to what Kevin was saying, that her goal was to be the perfect mom.
I know what it was. You suggested that you don't know enough about Ruby, and could this go back for generations? I do want to say that we have seen, I will speak for myself, from my opinion on the outside, looking in at all of the Frankie sisters who have put their lives online. Unfortunately, that comes with many of us scrutinizing now that their sister is behind bars, but it certainly does seem like perfectionism runs in the family. I know that I was quite shocked that Bonnie was blanket training. And if anything, it does suggest that they value obedience, which Kevin said as much in this documentary, that to Ruby, obedience was love. Love was obedience. And blanket training does teach babies and young toddlers strict obedience from a very young age. And so I just want to point out that, yes, if we're going to talk about her upbringing and who Ruby Frankie is, we do look at the Griffith family a little bit and who they were. In perfectionism, and obedience certainly is valued in their household.
And I should say, it's not, I don't want to just pin this on the Mormon Church either. I mean, I'm quoting Brannon Patrick, the therapist, who certainly suggests that Mormon culture is driven by some perfectionist tendencies. It's not just Mormonism.
No, the Duggars did blanket training. The Duggars, I think any strict or high demand religion, and you can have families in a particular religion that create high demand family structures and people that are in the same religion and don't. So I know what you're saying.
Well, it's not even just religion. It's part of, it's Western culture. If you want to expand it, it's Western.
He's challenging the hell out of her, isn't he?
Culture. It's advertising. It's,
blanket training is what? When you put your kid on a blanket and you don't pick them up? I don't know. It's something that's fucking weird. That's planned and is a method. Isn't it when they put their kid on a blanket and they don't pick them up or some shit? Or they can't get off the blanket? Like, they're scared to get off the blanket because they're going to do something to them if they get off the blanket? Oh, they're smacked if they get off the blanket. So they put them on a blanket and they say, you got to sit on this blanket, and if you move, you're going to get fucking smacked. The Duggars did it. They smack the kids with a spoon if they crawl off. How old are these babies? If they reach for a toy, you hit the baby when they get off the blanket. What? Not even crawling? They're just sitting there? They tempt them with a toy and then hit them if they reach for... Oh, my God. Blech.
So I know what you're saying.
Well, it's not even just religion. It's part of, it's Western culture. If you want to expand it, it's Western culture. It's advertising. It's,
I'm reading the chat. When the child moves to leave the blanket, parents are instructed to hit the child with a flexible ruler, glue stick, or other object. Yeah, I never hit my kids. I don't know what that's like. I can't imagine doing that to my kid.
Often we've been bombarded with advertising that has people with perfect bodies and perfect homes and perfect everything, right? That's the image it's not just Mormonism. It's the image in Western culture that we're told to follow and believe and right. And they put that out as an ideal. So it goes much further than
to me.
In this particular case. I think Mormonism is in play, but
Wait. I never saw Shanann Watts do blanket training, Maria. I don't think that's true. Shanann Watts did a method, but it was not blanket training. She didn't hit her kids like that. Don't put that out in the universe, especially in my chat. Holy cow. I'll be raked through the coals for that one. Shanann Watts did not do blanket training. I repeat, Shanann Watts did not do blanket training.
In particular, I think it's in play because the idea of God as kind of the perfect being.
I think Shanann Watts did like the crying out where she didn't run in and get them out of the crib. Yeah, baby wise. That's what it was. Baby wise. She did not do this horrible, abusive thing.
Right. That idea comes into play not only in Mormon, not only with Ruby, but with Jodie in particular. So Jodie sees God as this ideal of perfection and moral perfection, and that Jodie, so in that sense, Jodie sees sin as the ultimate worst possible outcome for a human being.
Right.
And so
I want to point out what Sterling Nash says, that obedience would signify breaking someone of their own free will and gaining power over them as well. And I also agree that the judgy comments from the Springville neighbors in the beginning were kind of catty. So that quote that you stated from the therapist was sort of backed up by a bit of the catty comments of the people judging them and saying, well, they weren't friendly and they weren't this. And, so with perfectionism, with a belief in perfectionism can come with judgment, a lot more judging,
Well, that's exactly why they brought in when they kept bringing in the neighbors, I kept thinking, why are they in this documentary? They don't really advance the narrative.
Troublemaker Baker. Hold on. Let me expand her comment. She's a mouthy one. She's talked crap on Gigi, Nate Eaton, everybody and their brother, this Troublemaker Baker. You are a troublemaker, and those cookies do not look very good to me. I found the judgy comments from the Springville neighbors to be pretty catty. I find you pretty catty, Troublemaker Baker. I mean, you're talking about people being catty, number one. Look, your boss, Lauren, just said she had beautiful friends from there. Number two, you're calling anyone judgy and catty with the name Troublemaker? Troublemaker? I mean, tell us who you are without telling us who you are. Troublemaker comes before the baker.
And the answer is because they're showing you in real time the culture that's creating Ruby Frankie. Right? No house is big enough. No car is nice enough, right? You're in a game of status, and
you're right in the middle of that game, you dumbass. You're right in the middle of that game. Shut up.
They say in the documentary that everything changed.
Dude, your wife gets injections and lies about it. You're right in the middle of the status and fakeness with your toupee, with her fakeness, her fucking horrible victimization of victims. Can't stand it. I can't stand them.
For the Frankies when they started getting these big checks, when they started making more money. And so Kevin
like
acknowledges they sold out.
So did you.
Kevin essentially says that. He said, I would do.
You sold out.
Whatever we had to do to keep these checks coming in.
Right.
Whatever we had to do to keep these checks coming in.
Oh, insert clip of body cam from Henderson. Well, if they're coming after our livelihood. Remember, that's all he was worried about. Isn't it extortion? Because it's our livelihood. They sold out.
When they started making more money. And so Kevin acknowledges they sold out. Kevin essentially says that. He said, I would do whatever we had to do to keep these checks coming in.
Right.
And his interpretation of that was that they were representatives for the church or for Christianity, whatever. That he felt like he could justify everything they were doing and all the massive amounts of money they were making and the need to expand their to get better homes and cars or whatever they were doing because they were representing Christianity.
Yeah, he admitted that he was of the belief that what they were doing was okay because he would put it in the perspective of God is blessing us with abundance because we are demonstrating our religion and our faith and our belief in God. And these paychecks that keep rolling up $100,000 a month are our blessings for being missionaries. And he did lay that out. Kevin laid that out, that is why. And they did bring up an example of a Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, a speech that was given saying, be missionaries online, do good online, show goodness and the family goodness that you have and what a good family is online. And so I believe that sort of reaffirmed his position that they were almost being blessed because they were doing the Lord's work.
Yeah. And I think if one thing I kept bringing up to you was this idea of authenticity. It felt like no matter what Ruby said or did, or Kevin to some degree, maybe to a lesser degree, it felt like everything they do was so shallow and so fake, right? Like I never had the sense that Ruby.
Oh my God! If this isn't the pot calling the kettle black, everything they do is so shallow, so fake. Let me see if this is the clip I was looking for. Hold on.
As a police officer, true crime is true. It's real. People forget that. There are, I'm an investigative journalist.
Okay.
I have been to numerous trials. I work with numerous victims. And if these private messages of mine come out between employees, it won't just be me that's harmed. It's going to be a lot of people that is harmed. And we have private emails that have now come from a Proton email saying true crime, more like true lies. We know you've been talking about all these people to name all these victims that are nationally known victims. Like we were just at the Gabby Petito Foundation dinner. Like we work with.
Oh, I thought this was the one with John. Shit. I'm trying to find the one where John says they're messing with. Wait, maybe it's this one. Where they're messing with his. I want to find that. Damn it.
Does that make sense? So
there is some information that has been released, texts. Like we haven't seen it, but it's being.
No, we've seen the text. We have mailed texts from people.
Okay.
But they're not threatening text or anything like that.
No, we just have her private messages that have been sent out.
Oh, dang it. I don't have it. Sorry, Charlie's. I was trying to find the one where he talked about the extortion.
Or Kevin to some degree, maybe to a lesser degree. It felt like everything they do was so shallow and so fake, right? Like I never had the sense that Ruby had like what I would call a true self or like an authentic self. Like there was nothing there. It was
He's totally totally talking to Lauren, guys.
Like she was hollow, and all she did was parrot back. You know, people would say online, "Oh, your family's this, or your family's so beautiful or perfect," and she would feel that way. She would internalize that. And so, for me, you know, part of this is the fact that I think that Ruby and Kevin didn't really know who they were and what they wanted and what they valued, right? I don't think they ever really took a moment of self-reflection or developed any self-knowledge to really figure out what is it you people value.
What
Because
do you
if
people
you don't
value?
have that,
right,
then you're just going to spend your time chasing rainbows or trying to cultivate these images that are completely fabricated and false. And right, and so, and I'm not saying, by the way, it's this idea of cultivating an authentic self is really difficult, and there's some debate about whether that's even possible. But it's certainly possible to cultivate a self that makes sense to someone and that's coherent and has values that we can kind of rely on, or that a person can rely on. That you know, there's different conceptions philosophically of what a self is and all that. But so I don't want to get into that too much. But the point is, like, if you really listen to Ruby, there's nobody home. She doesn't ever really say anything that represents a set of values or principles or beliefs. I mean, beliefs maybe later with Jodie, but
hold on. I'm sorry, I lost track because we're having a bathroom fix meltdown over here. We got my husband George Dog having a meltdown over here over the bathroom fix. He says never again. This is the 4th trip to Home Depot today. Oh, I'm so glad I'm live here with you guys. I feel protected. I feel protected from the whole fix fiasco. Thank you, Sherry D, for gifting 1 cootership. Let's see who got it. LR, congratulations and welcome to Cooterville. Yeah, I don't have to mess with it. It's like him and the neighbor dude. They got it down pat. But yeah, this is the 4th trip because wrong size, you know, fittings or whatever those things are. I don't even want to know what it is. I'm just in here with y'all, hiding away. All right, let's continue because I kind of was like, lost track.
You know, she's almost like this empty vessel. And I think that's part of the problem here. When you start throwing money and praise and attention at someone like Ruby, she's just going to follow that trail forever.
You did say that throughout the entire documentary. Ruby's just so empty. She's just this empty vessel. It's like there's just nothing there. Is that what you meant? Is that what you're sharing? Yeah.
I felt some, you know, sorrow I felt some empathy and sadness that this person had no capacity for self-reflection and no self-awareness, right? It was just, she would make these videos, she'd throw it out to her audience, they would praise her, she would eat it up. It just became this circular feedback loop of praise and behavior and expectations. And, you know, the only way she got out of that was when that moment when Chad talked about sleeping on the beanbag.
This person says Ruby seems very disconnected 100%. So does Lauren, but nobody saw it yet. I can't even understand what he's saying anymore, y'all.
Sure. Right. It was kind of this inadvertent moment.
We had that moment, actually.
Okay.
Can we show that? This jumps into what you want to discuss. This was a moment that changed everything for the 8 Passengers YouTube channel.
In our house, when we take something away, it's because they have shown that they are not responsible enough to manage it. And so we don't just turn around and give it back as soon as they start acting good.
It has to be consistent.
It has to be consistent over a minimum of 6 months. And that's showing up consistent in every aspect of their life.
That's a new rule.
That's a new rule. Oh,
a minimum of 6 months.
Have I ever given something back less than 6 months?
I've had my phone for like a day. My bedroom was taken away for 7 months, and then you give it back like a couple weeks ago.
I don't think our viewers know that.
You've been sleeping on a beanbag. I've been sleeping on a beanbag since October. And they gave my room back like 2 weeks ago. Oh, I'll give you the reason why I lost my bedroom. I think so. I think this is the reason.
Okay, this makes me sick because what she just got done saying about, was he Chad Frankie? What I want you guys to really see is her face as she watches this. As she watches this mess. Okay, here we go. Watch Lauren's face.
Back as soon as they start acting good.
Has to be consistent.
It has to be consistent over a minimum of 6 months, and that's showing up consistent in every aspect of their life.
That's a new rule.
That's a new rule.
Oh wait, just
A minimum of 6 months.
have I ever given something back less than 6 months?
I told my phone
No.
like days.
My bedroom was taken away for 7 months, and then you give it back like a couple of weeks ago.
I don't think our viewers know that.
You've been sleeping on a beanbag.
I've been sleeping on a beanbag since October, and they gave my room back like 2 weeks ago. Oh, I'll give you the reason why I lost my bedroom. I think so. I think this is the reason. At least this is the reason that's been in my head. It's pretty funny, but now that I look back, I mean, it's pretty depressing.
No, we never told our viewers.
That I woke up at 2 in the morning and told him that we're going to Disneyland and he has to pack. And he got up and made his bed all neatly and then packed all his clothes in a suitcase. And then he walked out the door and I'm like, he's like, what? And he's all happy. Has his sunglasses on. And I was like, we're not going to Disneyland. And he started crying and hitting me. And then he went back to bed in tears and then.
So there you go. That was, according to the documentary, a very pivotal moment.
Why was she all smiles? What was that all about? That was kind of off-putting to me. Just watch her without sound. I'm going to mute it. Maybe it's just me. I want to watch it again. Because this is a really, really sick, sad story. And the documentary said this was very pivotal in the entire story of Jodie, Ruby, and the abuse on these kids. She's not pinning any chats. She usually pins them, but looks to me like she's watching video. This is when he's talking about he lost his bedroom. It's pretty depressing. This is the Disney story. I don't know. I see it too, Harmon. I don't know. Maybe I'm just looking for things. I don't want to look for things. But my gut tells me it's like, just ew. And then, couple it with her saying, being drunk, no less, and saying, oh, did I try to drink you? Did you try to drink it?
For the first time ever, Ruby started getting more negative feedback than positive feedback. And they felt that they were being canceled. And rather than, Kevin even explained it on this documentary, rather than taking responsibility or realizing maybe we did something wrong or this wasn't right, they felt like the victims, that they had been wrong, that they couldn't look at think, well, maybe people have a point. Instead, they were the victims, they were being canceled, and this moment started to show who Ruby really was, I think.
Just when you think you're at the bottom of the rabbit hole, it continues.
So until that moment, this is a fascinating moment to me because it changes.
Wait, she interviewed Jesse? Lauren did?
Everything, at least according to the documentary. I wasn't aware of how big this moment was until we watched this. I knew it started shifting things a little bit. I didn't know that it was catastrophic. According to the documentary, that moment's catastrophic. And so what's fascinating to me about that is, number one, that she says it's kind of an off the cuff comment. She doesn't see it coming, right? And she says our viewers don't know this, and she laughs a little bit, right? Like, in other words, she sees this moment as being harmless because she could have easily edited that out. If she saw that as problematic, she should have taken it out. But she kept it in the video because she didn't see that as being
Mormon Stories interviewed Jesse. Did Lauren interview Jesse? Because I don't think I ever saw that.
Anything that was problematic.
She doubled down.
She doubled down. And so, but so here's so this goes back to everything I was talking about the lack, being hollow and the lack of self-reflection. She doesn't have the self-awareness to see how a moment like that could change everything. In other words, she doesn't think it's a big deal that she had her kids sleep on a beanbag chair for 7 months. What's the harm? Like, this is just what normal parents do, right? And she doesn't have the capacity or the self-awareness to understand why people would object to that. That's what, more than anything, that's what amazes me about this moment. Like, if she had that awareness, she would have edited it. And even if she didn't, even if she put it out there, she would have edited it.
She would have edited it.
It out. It out.
Fucking Trisha.
Me about this moment. Like, if she had that awareness, she would have edited it. And even if she didn't, even if she put it out there, it seems to me like the logical, emotional response to a moment like that is to apologize.
Oh, SC girl. She says, I'd like to hear your take on the whole thing one day. So would I. Mindy. Binder Mindy.
Is to take responsibility and say, we did this. I made a mistake. I've learned from it. This is not how parents should act, right? But
this person, Dirt in My Eye, says the look on Chad's face was so sad. Meanwhile, they're joking about being Chad Frankied. Thank you, G Lander, for your super chat. Lauren was getting pleasure out of watching RF's downfall in real time. One less online competitor for Lauren. Thank you for your super chat.
She doesn't do any of that. In fact, as you point out, she doubles down and she goes to
right.
She doubles down. She blames cancel culture, and then she starts moving to this extreme with Jodie Hildebrand. As Kevin describes it, she rejects kind of this happy-go-lucky facade that she's created with 8 passengers, and she starts moving more towards the spiritual existence. It's not like a normal spiritual existence. It's like a punitive, ascetic spiritual existence that's filled with sin and demons, right? She starts moving to this dark world. And again, that's because she doesn't have this core set of values to fall back on. If she's in this endless feedback loop so basically the feedback loop goes like this. She films something, and in the message she's trying to get across is, look at how wonderful and perfect and happy we are. Look at what a wonderful, perfect, happy Mormon family we are, and I'm the perfect Mormon mom. And then she puts that video out, and the feedback is, look at how wonderful and happy and perfect you are. We want to be just like you, Ruby. You're wonderful and perfect and happy.
Hey, Colette.
Right? And now that she gets caught, the narrative starts shifting to, this is all a facade. I can't believe I believed you. You're a horrible parent. And she doesn't know what to do with that. She can't integrate that because there's nobody home. So what does she do? She finds Jodie. She denies it, number one, because she doesn't have any self-awareness and she doesn't have any capacity for self-reflection. She denies it. She blames cancel culture. She finds Jodie because Jodie was just coming to her life around that moment. And then she's so gullible at that point. Jodie starts driving her towards a really dark spiritual place. But as I've said before, let me make this clear. This is not all Jodie. A lot of this you see, and Sherry, Frankie, does a great job of talking about.
Wait, can you say this again?
But as I've said before, let me make this clear. This is not all Jodie.
Why is that funny to you? Why you're so weird?
But as I've said before, let me make this clear. This is not all Jodie. A lot of this you see, and Sherry, Frankie, does a great job of talking about this. You see that before she meets Jodie, there's these aggressive, even kind of violent moments where when Ruby's narrative of the perfect happy Mormon family is not being met or not being filmed, she's not happy. She's angry. She's aggressive. There's a moment where I don't know which child it was because they blurred the face. She reached out and grabbed the face of one of her kids, like hard, like her mouth. She grabs her mouth and she squeezes it like, don't talk. Don't say that, right? And And with Gabby Petito, I pointed out that, Brian Laundrie did the same thing with Gabby Petito. And I said, when you do that, the next logical step is strangulation. You go
And I want to point out.
What the fuck? Oh, wow. He said if someone grabs you like this, the next thing is they're going to strangle you, dude. What? John, have you ever grabbed her like this? Has she ever grabbed you like this? I hope not. Weirdo. What is he talking about? The next step is strangulation. He said, I want to point out, you said this before, Gabby Petito, pointed out that, Brian Laundrie did the same thing with Gabby Petito. And I said, when you do that, the next logical step is strangulation. Logical step? Are you Brian Koberger, Rex Heuermann? Like, what are you talking about? Okay, but he's not saying that people are comfortable putting their hands on you. What he said was the next logical step is strangulation. He didn't say if someone grabs your face or throat, they're comfortable putting their hands on you. He said the next logical step after grabbing someone's face is strangulation. That's a big difference in my mind. He's a scary guy. I'm petrified of this dude. I don't ever want to meet this guy in person. Ever. Like, never. I just don't feel comfortable with him at all.
That, Brian Laundrie did the same thing with Gabby Petito. And I said, when you do that, the next logical step is strangulation. You go.
And I want to point out.
I mean, there's no logic in putting your hands on it. Like, there's no logic in DV, right? There's nothing logical about it.
Yeah, I want to point out. You said this before Gabby Petito was found. While the world was still looking, you watched the Moab body cam footage, and I remember you saying that. We just actually re-released that recently.
Oh, I just want to let everybody know. John said it first. John said it before her body was found. This is sick, dude. John said, you said this first before her body was found. Are you, why is that something to be proud of? Gabby Petito was brutally murdered. They are sick, man.
And I said, when you do that, the next logical step is strangulation. You go.
And I want to point out. Yeah, I want to point out. You said this before Gabby Petito was found. While the world was still looking, you watched the Moab body cam footage, and I remember you saying that. We just actually re-released that recently. Go ahead, but I wanted to put this in context. You said when you do that, go ahead.
It's a similar behavior.
Wow.
It's not only is she physically, literally and physically shutting down speech by closing her child's mouth, but she's sending the message like, I can control the oxygen going into your body, which is exactly what strangulation is. If you move your hand down 3 inches, you're on someone's neck. It's the same behavior, right? Like it's not inconceivable. I mean, obviously, thankfully, this was stopped before it went too far, but it's not inconceivable that one of these kids could have easily been hurt in that manner. Because the next logical step would have or could have been they bound these kids.
Yeah.
Right. The next logical step would have been something like strangulation.
Yeah.
There is definitely something wrong with this guy.
Yeah. So Ruby had this.
I think she's even doesn't know what to do with that. He wants to feel this.
Bound these kids.
Yeah.
Right. The next logical step would have been something like strangulation.
Yeah. Yeah. So Ruby had this absolute need for control, this absolute need for power, this absolute need for perfection. and
That
this
just got
absolute need
really
for
weird.
attention and to be seen. This is starting to get very toxic, to say the least. We're seeing as we're seeing
It is
things
getting toxic.
hit a
Sorry.
pinpoint where someone could become a criminal. And so when things start to go south and she's not getting the attention she craves, how does Jodie come into this? How does Ruby all of a sudden decide that she's going to be this extra spiritual person? I mean, according to the documentary, they said that it was after this that she was seeking something more. But how did you see that?
I think at the moment that Jodie enters her life, especially after the beanbag incident, Ruby's particularly vulnerable. And I think in that moment, she's looking for answers. She's looking for direction. And as I said, she's sort of this empty vessel that really doesn't know what to do. So if that moment doesn't happen, she probably just keeps on the same course. But given that moment and the kind of the collapse of their channel because of that moment, that people started seeing through the facade and the masks. And
that is a very good point. I'm going to put a poll up in chat. Be looking for it.
To essentially to appropriate or steal, however to take Ruby's audience for her own. And Jodie was at that point trying to grow her own cult of sorts, connections, right? And what better way to do that than to have an audience of 2.5, 3 million people that are just being handed to you.
Yeah. Right.
And so by controlling Ruby, obviously I think it's obviously hugely self-interested, but she's controlling her own capacity to build her own empire and her own channel. And she sees doing that. She's using Ruby as a vehicle to accomplish that goal.
Cosmetically Forsaken makes a great point. I'm going to bring this up. And by the way, let's segue really quickly. I know there's some other things you probably want to talk about. We're getting some great comments.
Segue.
So how would you like to do the rest of this show? Should I ask questions, or do you have some more things you'd really like to say, or together? Because we are getting some great questions too.
Yeah, we can. I think those are the main points I think I wanted to cover up front. I can't stress, I can't stress enough how important this idea of perfectionism is here.
Oh my God, you already
It's
did.
perfectionism.
Dude, he is rereading his notes because he's about to talk about fucking rainbows again. He's looking at his paper. He's reiterating it because they don't know where to go from here.
Without any foundation to support it. It's a perfectionism that's right. If you lack a self or a true self or whatever, authentic
like this
self,
little pussy.
Which I believe Ruby did. Yes.
Then you have very little to build upon.
Take a look.
And this idea of
in a
perfectionism, I think,
book.
becomes particularly troubling in those circumstances because you're chasing illusions, you're chasing rainbows. Like you don't really know. She's defining perfectionism in the context of the church.
Dude, he's repeating himself. God, he's just rewording it.
But I don't think she really understands what that means. And so, I think this is where she gets lost.
Yeah. Thank you. Cosmically Forsaken is asking that they're talking about a huge connection between Ruby and Lori. And they are referring to Lori Vallow Daybell. Now officially Lori Daybell. Did you know that, by the way? She has finally...
Oh, you're so excited. Did she tell you herself when you were writing her letters?
Accomplished getting the Arizona courts to call her Lori Daybell. She is married to Chad Daybell still, who is also behind bars. And they are accused, not accused anymore. They are convicted murderers. They murdered Lori Vallow's 2 children, JJ and Tylee, which I believe was
she sent out
going to be the same fate as E and R. In fact, the police officer in Santa Clara, Utah, said the exact same thing, that there's no doubt in her mind had R not escaped, that would have been E and R's fate. So there's a huge connection between R and Lori.
So you're acknowledging that you know that those kids could have died from the abuse that they suffered. They could have died from the abuse they suffered. But you think it's funny to say, let's go back to our AI thing here. Here it is. Quote, they did a Chad Frankie. They pulled a Chad Frankie. End quote.
They both
Let's listen to her say that
Santa
again.
Clarita the same fate as E and R. In fact, the police officer in Santa Clara, Utah, said the exact same thing, that there's no doubt in her mind had R not escaped, that would have been E and R's fate. So there's a huge connection between R and Lori. They both wanted to be special and important. They were found leaders who fed into that. I'm going to share a couple other things, though, before you answer this, because we need to talk about the parallels in this so much so, because
oh my God,
we haven't not talked about, I did just say that Jodie's book is You Are Not Enough. So we have talked about this a lot, about how this is essentially a copycat crime, or a, Lori.
A copycat crime?
Vallow 2.0 crime.
What?
Not enough. So we have talked about this a lot, about how this is essentially a copycat crime, or a, Lori Vallow 2.0 crime. And this documentary, to me, shook me to the core in a way that I thought, not only is this like a Chad Daybell, Lori Vallow 2.0, but it almost feels as if Jodie was following the case and literally copying it. Because let me share a few things we learned. And some of you have asked these questions too. I've started these questions. Jeannie Marie says, what about the demonic thing going on? What do you make of that? What about Jodie's breakdown? What is your take? So we know that there was a trance that Jodie that happened, and we saw the trance where she was saying that there was a demonic possession inside of her, and then they did these castings to try to get rid of it, and then she got rid of.
Welcome in, Misty. Misty said after what Jay played last night, it really sat wrong with me.
Of Kevin, I don't know. So there's that. Then she refers to the kids as zombies at one point, and people are bringing that up too.
Hey, Michelle.
They're saying it was shocking. Actually, Jeannie, that was you too. When she referred to her children as zombies, and then I do believe that these children, because of Jodie, were on their way to being killed.
I don't see any similarities, to be honest with you, in the two cases. What's the similarities? I mean, really, what's the similarities? Chad and Lori had a cult they started, and they were delusional. These people were doing a family YouTube channel and being abusive. I mean, where's the similarities? Is my audio better now, Sin? Where's the similarities, though? I mean, besides them being LDS, I don't see it 2.0 at all. But that was me. That's just me. Oh, yeah, Colette. I don't see any except attractive blonde LDS mothers. Right. No, I understand, Cat Lady. I understand that episode was very disgusting.
That was next, and we just have to talk about this. It blew my mind. Like, to me, there's no doubt this is absolutely the Lori Vallow, Chad Daybell case 2.0. But to explain for those that haven't followed the Daybell cases clearly, Chad Daybell would be Jodie Hildebrandt, and Ruby would be Lori. So, can we talk about this? Because
yeah, there's so many parallels. I mean, last night when we were talking about it, you actually believed.
I think she wants there to be parallels. I think she wants to create parallels.
That it was possible that Jodie was influenced by Chad Daybell. That Jodie took elements of the Daybell case and refined them and put them into practice with connections and with Ruby.
That's Lauren's theory? That Jodie was influenced by Chad Daybell and took elements of the Daybell case, refined them, and put them into practice. Huh? They're both obsessed with the Daybells.
Was influenced by Chad Daybell. That Jodie took elements of the Daybell case and refined them and put them into practice with connections and with Ruby.
Yes.
No,
I really do think that now. I almost feel like Jodie was inspired by Chad Daybell. They were preppers. They were prepping for the apocalypse. They both read visions of glory. Yeah, I know.
Which I mean, we don't have any direct evidence of that. I think that the commonality is that Chad Daybell was this aspiring author that was starting to get some measure of attention, and I don't want to say fame. I got maybe a little bit of fame in the Mormon circles for his books. His books started becoming much more popular, certainly by the time that he and Lori committed the crimes. And Jodie started connections, and she was growing quite a following, and she had this YouTube channel that was starting to get attention, like Chad. I think there were some parallels. They were both, you can't really say they were aspiring cult leaders, because I don't think they would see it that way, but they were aspiring celebrities or pseudo celebrities. That's how they saw themselves. And so I think there is that commonality. They're both driven by similar issues.
Mm-hmm. Yes. They definitely were driven by similar issues. It was shocking. One question we've always asked in the Lori Vallow, Chad Daybell case is, who was the ringleader? Lori too. There were problems with Lori before she met Chad, clearly, to say the least. But Beth asks, who does Jen think is more influential, or who was the more culpable person, Ruby or Jodie?
This is Jodie's cult, just like it was Chad Daybell's cult. I think without Jodie and if we're making the analogy with Daybell, without Chad Daybell, I believe the kids are still alive. Without Jodie, these kids are probably not going to be abused at the level that they were. I mean, there were already, before Jodie, there were already hints of abuse, as I mentioned, like the grabbing the mouth. I mean, Ruby's definitely culpable. And if, for those who saw Ruby's,
of course she's
sentencing
culpable.
hearing, Ruby basically argued that Jodie created.
Of course she's culpable. Why would that even be a question?
That Jodie was a monster that influenced her, and she had nothing to do with it. That she blamed it all on Jodie, and that's not accurate either. That Jodie definitely had sort of this. I mean, I'm sorry that with Ruby, that Jodie enabled Ruby's worst tendencies.
Yeah, but burning heart, I'm not really interested in digging into the LDS religion. That's not the angle I'm coming from, because I don't give a damn if the people are LDS, if they're Catholic, if they don't have a religion. I don't give a damn about that. What I give a damn about is exploitation of victims and wanting people to go to prison and calling them stalkers when they're not. I really don't want to go into that. That's not my gig. Then don't claim it isn't related. Maybe it is to you. Maybe it is to you. But to me, looking at the case facts, it isn't. There's more similarities between Jodie and Ruby and John and Lauren in my eyes. Or more similarities between John and Lauren and fucking Chad and Lori.
Dr. John, why does control obedience equate to love? I want to say, I don't think it does. But according to Ruby, it does.
I think she's using the love in a particular context. That she's basically saying that that she considers love to be.
I'm sorry, burning heart, that you're disappointed that I don't want to dive into the LDS religion, but Kresha does a wonderful job of that. That's just not my gig. That's not my interest. I'm not interested in that. I'm interested in connections of people and things like that, but I'm not interested in doing deep dives into that religion. Just like I'm not interested in Scientology. I'm just not interested in it. And I get that people can manipulate and they can take anything and create something that's false.
Following orders and following her directives. In other words, love is pleasing her. And so in that sense, I think that's why she equates obedience with love, because if you defy her, then you're not showing the appropriate amount of respect or love.
Becky asks Dr. John, what does Ruby's commitment to obedience say about her own childhood?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know a huge amount of details about her childhood, but I would speculate that, again, I talked briefly at the beginning about possible, intergenerational transmission of parenting practices or maybe trauma. I don't know the details, but
Thank you so much, Delightful Pam, coming in hot with $50 super chat. That is so nice of you.
Coming in hot, just like the fajita.
She said, Jay, you do such a service to everyone who want to know the truth about these clout-chasing fucks. Thank you. They are. And that's my angle. And I'm not disregarding you, Burning Heart. I'm not disregarding that there may be a deeper connection with the LDS and all of those tentacles. I just don't dig into that. Like, I covered the Daybell case extensively. And it's just too much for me to take on. I'm more about warning victims about this stuff. I'm more about, if any families are contacted by them, if they maybe search up and find one of my videos and find out what they did to Kresha, find out what they did to Christina. All of this stuff is not drama. And I'm not necessarily disagreeing with you. It's just not my personal angle. My passion lies elsewhere. But I think that Kresha does an absolutely amazing job. And I don't think that anyone else needs to do it, to be honest with you. If you want that angle, Kresha is digging deep. Well, I think it's ridiculous. I think everything Lauren says is ridiculous. I think she loves Lori Daybell. I think she's obsessed with the Daybells. And I think it's weird. So anything she says, comparing anything to Lori Daybell, it's everything. Everything is compared to Lori, Okay, I won't say that anymore. I won't stand firm. I just told you there might be a connection that I'm not aware of. That's all. As a matter of fact, I know there's connections I'm not aware of.
certainly you'd have to think that Ruby probably grew up in a family culture that was fairly strict, and there was kind of an underlying disciplinary stance in her family. So
back to the program.
I don't know for sure. We have talked.
Oh, and there's poor Colby. He just hopped in to show love. And look at her. She's like, oh, yep, there's my victim. Watch. Look at her. Watch her face as she pins Colby's comment.
Fairly strict, and there was kind of an underlying disciplinary stance in her family. So I don't know for sure. We have talked about, I have talked about the idea that there doesn't seem to be a huge amount of empathy. If you look at some of the other YouTube channels that Ruby's sisters have done, right there, we've talked about this before. I don't think I'm going to mention names here, but one of the sisters, after the whole Ruby story broke, one of the sisters basically came on and said,
by the way, your burning heart bush is very pretty, by the way. I absolutely love gardening, and I'm very jealous of your burning heart celosia bush and the fern that's underneath it. It's beautiful.
Ruby doesn't have anything to do with us, right? Like, I don't want this to affect our channel. Basically, she came on and said that some stuff that was very self-serving.
We actually have Lori Vallow's son with us now. I want to know, Colby. It's good to see you. He said he just.
We actually have Lori Vallow's son with us now. This is so gross.
We actually have Lori Vallow's son with us now. I want to know, Colby. It's good to see you. He said he just hopped on to show us both some love.
Thanks, Colby.
And, never fun to realize two YouTubers are sitting here discussing your mom and how she compares to Ruby Frankie. So sorry, Colby, and we admire you and how far you've come. And for those that are following.
Oh, is that funny? Is that supposed to be funny to him? Oh, sorry. That, it's never fun to realize two YouTubers are discussing your mom and how she compares to Ruby Frankie and John.
Popped on to show us both some love.
Thanks, Colby.
And, never fun to realize two YouTubers are sitting here discussing your mom and how she compares to Ruby Frankie. So sorry, Colby, and we admire you.
Sorry, Colby. We admire you. I'd adopt you, Colby. Mind you, this is February 2025. Burning bushes in Cooterville. Thanks, Cindy. Yep, just a YouTuber. I'm just a mom with a YouTube channel.
Your mom and how she compares to Ruby Frankie. So sorry, Colby, and we admire you and how far you've come. And for those that are following this and haven't been following Colby, check out his channel. He talks a lot about what he's dealing with and how he's trying to heal and figure out what in the world happened in his life. So thank you for showing that love, Colby, and being here. Thank you.
Ugh.
So I can infer, I don't know for sure, but I would guess that Ruby's family of origin probably stressed obedience. They probably stressed discipline, right? Many of the things that Ruby is reenacting with her kids. That would be my guess.
Depp. I'm not Amber Hood.
Yeah. People are asking if Colby sees any similarities. I don't know, but I will say this. Sherry did. Sherry Frankie, I read her book, and she has a whole section where she watched the Netflix documentary Sins of Our Mother, which actually
okay with me calling both ex-employees or just
John in the documentary.
Sorry about that.
And
well,
Sherry,
let's stress that I'm in a much more minor role than Colby. So let's give the shout out here to Colby.
Yes. It was a documentary that highlighted Colby and his healing journey and what happened to his family. But in that show, and John, you played a part in it as well. In that show, that is how you and Colby met.
Yeah.
Oh
Sherry Frankie watched
Hold on.
she watched the Netflix documentary Sins of Our Mother, which actually has both Colby and John in the documentary. And Sherry,
let's stress that I'm in a much more minor role than Colby. So let's give the shout out here to Colby.
Yes. It was a documentary that highlighted Colby and his healing journey and what happened to his family. But in that show, and John, you played a part in it as well. In that show, that is how you and Colby met.
Yeah.
Sherry Frankie watched that and she couldn't believe it. And there was a whole section in her book about how she thought, oh my gosh, this is my family. My mom has adopted the exact same beliefs. I read this over on Mormon Stories, a section of the book. And so it certainly needs to, this needs to be discussed and processed because, after watching this documentary, I started to actually feel like Jodie was influenced by Chad, that she thought, because I'm going to say it. And I want to ask you, did you think her trance was real in any amount or was it manipulation?
So this is the way I would describe the trance. I think her trance was what I would call a self-induced hypnotic state, meaning that there was no demon, there was no possession. If you look at, they don't show a lot of the video of the trance, the so-called trance. So was it a trance of sorts? I guess, but it was self-induced. You can self-induce. So it would be like a snake handler that starts speaking in tongues, right? You hand someone a snake in the Baptist church. And I know this, by the way, because my grandfather was a snake handler. I never went to see him do that, but he talked about it, not much. I think even he thought it was strange. Yeah, I know, right? So, but he talked about, the people that would handle the snakes they would go into these trances and they would speak in tongues. And, one of the tells with.
Speaking of speaking in tongues, I think it's time for a little tongue relaxation exercises. Everybody, relax your tongues. John and Lauren style. And a 1 and a 2 and a 1 and a 2 and a 3 and a 4 and a 1 and a 2. All right, back to the regularly scheduled programming.
With Jodie's so-called trance is that when she's supposedly speaking in tongues, she's speaking perfect English.
Right? She's mine.
Go watch for those who haven't seen, go watch this trance and tell me if this is supposed to be speaking in tongues and speaking like, I don't know.
Okay, I want to do a poll. I want to do a poll in chat. If someone knows how to do it. Well, maybe you can't do it through our streaming service. Maybe you have to go over on YouTube and do it. But I want to do a poll if one of our moderators is able to and ask, do you believe that the trance of Jodie's you saw was 100% manipulation, or did you think there was something to it? And I want to bring up too that we had heard about, this is another question for you, John. So another question I'm asking people, like, what about Kevin saying that he's seen things being thrown back and forth? And then he has a picture of a handprint. on a mirror. And they're like, do you have the picture? He's like, yeah, here it is. And we see it. And I was like, I'll have to be honest. I was like,
it wasn't, first of all, right. I love that the documentary guy says, do you have a picture of the handprint? And he's like, yeah, here it is. That's not a handprint.
He's like, got it right here.
I was like, that's what I would call a smudge. Like that was like somebody cleaning the window that like missed a spot or like put their hand there by accident. Like that was not a handprint left by the devil.
Yeah.
It didn't even look like a hand. I mean, so the answer to answer your question, why does Kevin think all this stuff? Belief. He wants to believe it.
Psychedelics.
He wants to believe it. There you go. He wants to believe it, or else he goes crazy.
Bias.
He actually
wants
said
to
that.
Believe it.
He wants to believe it. That was a moment in the documentary too. Was what he said. The facts that I was seeing in front of my eyes did not equate to what I believed in my brain, and he was refusing to see it. And so you make a valid point. He wanted to believe it because he was in this cult. He was in. If it wasn't, it's like this denial mechanism. So yeah, he wanted to believe it. And by the way, I learned after saying hello to Colby that he's actually already done a video about this. So for those wondering, if Colby sees the similarities, head to his channel. He'll answer you there. But you're right. He wanted to believe it. And that's just like Lori wanted to believe it. And Ruby wanted to believe it. And Chad, well, that's another story. We'll get into that later. But
there's a quote I often reference.
Where can we see the
guy,
trend?
he's now deceased, but the brilliant social psychologist who used to teach at Harvard.
Oh my God, shut up about this deceased brilliant social psychologist, Carl White. The usual cliches. Can't remember what I stopped to say. I stopped to say something and now I can't even remember. Hold on.
So, so at what point does it amount to criminal extortion here, where they've?
Well, they're not asking for anything monetarily or.
Damn it! I thought that was John's part. Ooh, love is in the air. Penny just gifted 10 cooterships. Woohoo! Love is definitely in the air today. Thank you so much, Penny. If you guys were lucky enough to receive a cootership, happy Valentine's Day early. And make sure you tell Penny thank you. Welcome in and close your legs. Her trance state? You mean when she sat there and wouldn't talk to investigators? That is it? Keep it going? Okay.
Anything like that. So extortion is usually trying to get something for something.
And that's when they're talking to Pace.
Any requests of you, Lauren, right? It's just, they're just wanting to harm you and your reputation.
I think it's actually the first video. The first body cam part 1. Ooh, love is in the air. I love that. I think it's in the first body cam. Welcome in, newbies. All right, let me search this transcript. Give me 1 second. Thanks for bearing with me here. Damn it. Does anybody know the command to find on Windows? I always forget. Search. Windows S. Hold on. I got it. Extortion. All right. I'm not the best at this stuff. Okay, here we go. I think this is John. Take a listen.
What route we would go down to trying to prove that?
Yeah, correct.
Because cybercrime is it's a whole different challenge and stuff.
So, I agree.
And
I hear what you're saying.
if they're not asking for money, it's hard to say that there's extortion there. Okay?
Okay.
So, or asking for something in return. That's hard to say that there's extortion. Because, I mean, if you look at just the political arena, people have dirt on people, have dirt on people, have dirt on people.
Right.
Hey, I'm going to let this out if, you don't do this for me.
Sure.
That would be extortion, sure. But if for being vindictive or saying, I know you're not telling the truth, so unless you tell the truth, I'm going to let this out. That's not really for money or personal gain. That's just saying, hey, I'm going to out you.
Right.
Right? So the crime in that is, there's no real crime. So then it comes down to, you did share passwords with persons, so it would be like, well, when were these conversations or when were these emails compared to, did they forward themselves the emails or copy the emails, 10 weeks ago compared to they were fired 2 weeks ago and got in there and got them within the last 2 weeks. I mean, if there was something that you could say, yes, this is a conversation I had 2 weeks ago, nobody knew about it prior, and all of a sudden now they know about it, then it's like, okay, well, they shouldn't know about it because you changed your passwords and we can cut the date off at this.
Yeah, that's not where they're talking to John. I'm sorry. I didn't want to get that far off.
His name's Carl Weick. Carl Weick was fond of saying that, that the usual cliche is seen as believing, right? That you get evidence, you evaluate it, and you formulate beliefs on that, right? Carl Weick used to always say, no, that's all wrong. The way it should be with human beings is believing is seen. Human beings, we adopt beliefs.
Oh, I found it.
And then we see.
I found it right here. I just found it. Here we go. Take a listen.
So I get what you're saying with the possibility of doing this. And even the blind copy, not knowing who those people are, if there are people, it's that's what we don't know right now.
One of them is another person that I work
Is extortion a crime? Because
Extortion would be them asking for something. Did they ask for money or anything?
I haven't seen that. You just kicked that email out today. What are they threatening? Well, they're threatening our livelihood.
That's a bit gray. I don't know about that. They're just saying to put out information. So I'll tell you what. I'll talk to my sergeant right now with what I have, and we'll see if I'll see. They'll probably end up getting in touch with our cyber detective and see how this might play out.
Okay.
There you go. They aren't asking for money, John.
We see evidence, or we see the world based on those beliefs. I love Carl Weick's statement because for the most part, I think there's a lot of truth to that. So that's not to say that there are people that evaluate evidence and change their beliefs accordingly, but it's not easy to do that. And so this is a case of believing is seen.
Closed.
He's all in on the cult. He believes in Jodie's authenticity. He believes in this idea of demonic possession. So he's seen this handprint that he thinks is a devil. He's hearing noises that are supposedly demons or ghosts. It's all that.
Thank you,
okay,
Susie.
Randy.
And thank you to the many people also that have gifted memberships tonight. So many generous people. Thank you so much. McSpunky, as well as there were a few others. So
I saw McSpunky did that. Thank you, McSpunky. Good to see you.
Destiny, thank you so much.
Ugh, him saying McSpunky is kind of icky. Thank you, McSpunky.
As well as there were a few others. So
I saw McSpunky did that. Thank you, McSpunky. Good to see you.
Destiny, thank you so much. There have been so many kind people donating or gifting Hidden True Crime memberships so we can all be gems. Thank you so much, Share Bear.
We can all be gems.
And there were many others. Forgive me. I agree. It was a wonderful documentary. Emily, thank you.
I'm going to go back. Let's go back to this trance situation because it's so important.
Okay, please. I could talk about the trance forever. I was like, oh my gosh. That was like the thing where it's like, I've been wanting to see that. I was like, show me Jodie's trance. And I was like, you've got to be kidding me. This is it. So
I was like, look, my grandpa was a snake handler. She's not speaking in tongues. That's not real. So,
yeah. By the way, 98% think it was all a manipulation. 98% of our gems think it was all a manipulation.
That's the key to understanding that trance.
Yeah,
that's the key.
Spunky's
Because this is a moment in this story. This is a moment when Jodie senses that Ruby is vulnerable And Jodie wants to hijack Ruby's life completely. And in order to do that, she has to get Kevin out of her life, and she has to get some of the kids out of her life. And she does that's exactly by going into this trance. And by the way, that's she also
upcoming. Someone asks if Colby thinks that his mom would have gotten involved with Jodie's teachings.
So she also creates this inversion of roles, this shift in roles where Jodie is supposedly the therapist, and then Ruby becomes the therapist. So I mean, anybody, you know,
Shanna,
since
I
I'm a
don't know.
licensed
Or Shauna,
psychologist, like I think any licensed mental health professional will tell you that's a massive red flag. Like if the therapist is acting sick or possessed, in order to have their client now become the therapist and to supposedly heal them or whatever she was doing, not only is that unethical, that's like
you're unethical.
The ultimate manipulation, right? And so what's by inverting those roles, what's going on is Jodie is trying to take control of everything in Ruby's life. She's trying to take control of her YouTube channel. She's trying to take control of her personal relationships, her romantic relationships, her children. This trance is the beginning of that process of hijacking Ruby's life. And which by the way, she does it. She's successful. She gets Kevin kicked out of the house, and Ruby moves in with Jodie.
Right. Into her bedroom.
She gets the two older children to leave.
I am very uncomfortable sitting here.
So the younger minors stay, but the two older children,
Lauren
Sherry
had to
and,
throw
and
that in.
Chad, leave.
In the bedroom.
Right. She gets Ruby to show up on her YouTube channel every day. I mean, and it all begins with that trance.
She gives her YouTube channel. She hands it over. Mom's the truth.
She hands it over. Mom's for truth.
She gives it.
Mom's for truth.
This was our entire livelihood for years and years and years. And here you go. Take it. Mom's the truth. That's all you got to know. Kara is asking, by the way, thank you so much, Kara, if Colby thinks that his mom would have gotten involved with connections in Jodie's teachings. I love that. If Colby's here, he can answer, or maybe he already has. Don't know. But if he's not here, I'm going to answer for him and say, yeah. Except Lori might have even gotten like Jodie out of her place. She'd be like, guys, Jodie's old news. Like, it's my turn now. Here we go. She would have been.
Wow, Lauren.
The head of connections. A couple other questions. We only have, Kresha. Kresha's here. Kresha, thank you for being.
Oh, Kresha's here. Kresha. Under Kresha.
A couple other questions. We only have, Kresha's here. Kresha, thank you for being here. We're so sorry about your family's loss. Thank you, Kresha. I just see someone saying that you're here. I'm not seeing all the comments, so forgive me, everyone. I have a couple more questions. I'm picking these. You guys, there's so many good ones. I've started so many, but I'll just go through. What is up with refusing children food anyway? I kind of agree with that. Like, what's up with that? Like, is it like, why that? Just something they need to survive and control?
You tell us, weirdo.
Yeah, definitely control. I mean, yeah, that's an interesting question. I think there can be a lot of different levels to that, to answering that question.
Damn, this poll, 97%.
I think my immediate response would be,
I think
that
he does
for most
too.
kids, food is the one thing they can control. So as someone who has worked with a lot of therapists that have worked with eating disorders, I haven't really done much with eating disorders, by the way, but I've
oh my God. That's the only thing. He has not done anything. And look at, she's like, what? That's the only, I've never heard him admit that he hasn't done something. Holy shit. But he's worked with a lot of therapists who have worked with eating disorders. So he's an expert on that shit.
Thing they can control. So as someone who has worked with a lot of therapists that have worked with eating disorders, I haven't really done much with eating disorders, by the way, but I've been in agencies where I've worked with therapists that were really excellent with eating disorders. And that's
agencies. Is it like, oh, we're going to have to get the PR for our agency? What agencies? I guess you couldn't work on eating disorders because you're fat. Is that what he's saying? Like, oh, I don't do that because I'm fat. Then you can't judge me on my weight. Is that what that's all about? By the way, I'm setting up a redirect to Under Kresha Because when we're done with this review, we're going to head over to Under Pressure. Just to let you guys know.
That's the one commonality they would talk about, that a lot of times children with eating disorders they might be in abusive and traumatic homes, and or at the very least dysfunctional homes, and food is part of the process of having a voice, of controlling what's going on. So kids can control what they put in their mouth. Even if you force a child to eat, they can still, to some degree, decide whether they're going to eat it. And so in some ways,
he said agency
taking
is
away
plural.
food is like the ultimate form of control, because now you're taking away you're taking away any capacity for that child to make a decision or to choose. They can't even choose whether they're going to eat. So you're literally stripping it. It would be, think of it as
No, it makes sense. Children rely on adults to take care of them, except for when it comes to eating. This is something they can do themselves. And so you're taking away the one
Oh my God. She doesn't have a maternal bone in her body.
thing that they can do themselves to take care of themselves.
it's very cultish in that sense.
Yeah.
Okay.
Krispy Kreme is asking, or Krispy Treat, excuse me, although they're both delicious. But
oh, shout out to Krispy Treat. She said, "You're delicious, girl." She said, "Ooh, you're delicious." Ooh, she hot.
Yeah. Krispy Kreme is asking, or Krispy Treat, excuse me.
Krispy Kreme, she called you. She called you Krispy Kreme, girl. Ooh la la. Good thing Crush is going live, because I'm losing my mind over here.
In that sense.
Yeah. Krispy Kreme is asking, or Krispy Treat, excuse me, although they're both delicious. But Kevin is saying that there were things flying around the room. How do you explain that? Again, he wanted to believe it. Same.
Yeah. Well, first of all, there weren't.
You don't know if he wanted to believe it. Shut up. You don't know. He was tripping.
Things flying around the room. That was his imagination. I mean, it's sort of like,
you don't know what it was.
When if you're going to go into
oh, were you there? Oh, I get it. He witnessed these weird trances. Oh, it's all making sense. There weren't things flying around the room, he says, with like, as fact, right? There weren't things flying around the room. It was his imagination. I mean, it was sort of like, and now he's giving us a comparison like he was there. Listen.
First of all, there weren't things flying around the room. That was his imagination. I mean, it's sort of like when if you're going to go into, let's say you're going to go into a haunted house for Halloween, right? The best thing the haunted house can do is kind of market how scary it is and how things are going to be flying around in the haunted house, and it's going to be this otherworld experience, right? It's a lot of it's marketing. If you get people to believe that when they step into a haunted house, that all these paranormal things will happen, they're much more likely to see those things.
Oh, he knows all about faking the people out. He's got it all figured out.
And I think so. Kevin was primed. He'd had this set of beliefs. He developed these expectations that Jodie had these paranormal powers. And so I think that's what he wanted to see. Whether he actually saw that, it's interesting in the documentary, he doesn't talk about the flying dishes. He talks about the noise in the basement, and he talks about the handprint, but he doesn't bring up the dishes flying around the kitchen. Like apparently the dishes flying out of the cabinets or whatever. I mean,
Picks or it didn't happen, Kevin. Picks.
Wow. Really, Lauren? Picks or it didn't happen.
Or it didn't happen. I want to see. Picks or it didn't happen, Kevin. Picks or it didn't happen. I want to see. You've got pics of the handprint.
Jesus Christ. This is a big joke to them.
I want to see.
Look at John. Looking like a cabbage patch. These two, they love this shit. They love people suffering and everything just gross. Huh. Who's he looking at? Who's he looking at? These two are so inappropriate. I can't stand them. I literally can't stand these two.
Or it didn't happen. I want to see. You've got pics of the handprint. I need to see the dishes flying.
Since
Eve
my
is
preference,
asking, is it fair to assume that narcissists are susceptible to adopting extreme and problematic ideologies due to their need for validation? Or I'm going to just ask, why in the world is every cult leader a narcissist? Is I think a great.
He's got all those books, fake plants, everything else behind him except for a fucking degree. He's got every motherfucking thing you would have in an office behind you except a degree.
It depends on the narcissist. So there's
God.
probably a wide array of narcissists. And yes, if a narcissist wants to run a cult and take control of people's lives, it probably benefits them to adopt extreme beliefs because that way they can weed out people that have less extreme beliefs, and they can focus only on the people with extreme beliefs. So I think it really depends on the narcissist. Some narcissists are psychopaths.
Oh God.
Are purely transactional. They don't really care about the beliefs. They just care about getting what they can, and whether that's money, whether that's attention, whatever it is. So it depends. It depends on the needs. It depends on the context and the needs of the narcissist.
Yeah. I like that. Zero saying if Jodie can stage prophecy, why not stage dish throwing? Right.
Yeah. I mean, we live in Vegas, so we maybe Jodie was set up some type of like Penn and Teller or Chris Angel type, illusions, or David Copperfield. I don't know. Right? Maybe she had something in her cabinets that pushed the dishes out. Anything's possible. It seems like that would be an elaborate.
Paige Hannah was behind the kitchen island going. She was like, "I got this." Sorry. Okay. Bad joke.
Really?
Anything's possible. It seems like that would be an elaborate.
Paige Hannah was behind the kitchen island going. She was like, "I got this." Sorry. Okay. Bad joke.
Horrible joke. None of this is funny. Ugh. Her hands look 80.
Let's talk about this. And we actually have to sign off. John and I are actually signing off to go be guests on Banfield on News Nation. Right after this, we're going to sign off and jump on with Ashley Banfield so you can come join us there. We are going to continue talking about this documentary, this Hulu documentary that came out, Devil in the Family, The Fall of Ruby Franke, over on Ashley Banfield. So come watch us there. But I'll end with Christina Beck is asking, why didn't Kevin get custody of the younger children? We do know now that the children now are back in his custody. We learned this. We actually put out a video yesterday, and one of our moderators, if you want to share a link to that, it's also in our playlist. But yesterday, the youngest victim that found at Jodie Hildebrandt's house, has actually spoken out to Utah legislatures, and we have her message and what she shared this week, or was it last week? Just days ago. And we did learn that they are now back in Kevin Franke's care. And then I also want to share that John and I were featured at the Columbia Journalism Review, a paper we both have.
At the Columbia Journalism Review?
We're featured at the Columbia Journalism Review, a paper we both have loved and admired for so long. We're so grateful and excited about it. And I'll post the link. I think we posted a link on our, here it is. I'll share it here. We were featured right here. Here we go. We were featured with fellow YouTuber Emily Baker. So that was fun for us. Yeah. And what else? We posted a Patreon episode yesterday as well. We do exclusive weekly episodes on Patreon. We've been doing it all of 2025. I'm really proud of us. John, you're looking down, but I just want you to know, way to go us. Every week we have had exclusive episodes over on patreon.com/intocrime. And this last week we discussed Delphi, Indiana, and the case of Abby and Libby yet again. So a little behind the scenes. Thank you, everyone. Anything else?
Little behind the scenes
you would like to say?
Yes. Just a couple of quick thoughts to end here. I always try to wrap something up with episodes up with some food for thought. So,
there's Grayson. Join Patreon here, Grayson Yore. She's like, that's my girl, Grayson. Right on point.
With episodes up with some food for thought. So, or maybe I should say lack of food. No, I shouldn't say that because.
Yeah, bad joke. Sorry.
He was going to wrap this up with lack of food for thought. Ha ha ha. Another bad joke. I need to put this transcript into Chat GPT.
Just,
they laughed way too much for my liking.
I just want to point out that this whole idea of this quest for perfectionism it's a losing battle. I mean, it leads to so many blind alleys, not least of which I think is just this narcissistic self-focused. When you're so focused on the perfect, you really, I think, tend to lose sight. You create this fictional world like Ruby did, and I think you really lose sight of the real world. You lose sight of what is inevitably, in my mind, an imperfect world, and I live in an imperfect world. So I think it's important, or I try to anyway. It's important to recognize that this idea, this constant quest for perfectionism, like Jodie and Ruby undertook, is kind of a losing battle. And so I think that wasn't going to have a good outcome. And then my second thought is, one of my favorite quotes is Socrates, the unexamined life is a life not worth living. And what he meant essentially was, if you don't reflect on your life, if you don't think about your life, it's really hard to know who you are and what you stand for and what your values are and what your principles are. And I think that both Jodie and Ruby are like quintessential examples of human beings who led unexamined lives. And that's part of the tragedy here too. If you don't examine your life, you can really end up going down, a malicious or destructive path, and that's what happened here. So just a couple of final thoughts.
Riveting.
Your mic.
Thanks so much, everyone. Banfield starting in 5 minutes. We're going to sign off, and it is television, so no link, but we'll be over there. Thanks, everyone, and have a great night.
Thank you. Good night.
Good night.
Oh, God. Not that outfit.
Unexpected behind the scenes live late tonight, because there is new information coming out about the Emmanuel Hardo case, and I just can't wait. I want to make sure that I'm up and live. Can anybody see this? Okay, I am. Great. So Jake Hardo has done his first interview behind bars. So really quickly, I did an entire full update tonight on the case, and I recommend everyone going and watching that. It has all the latest updates. Hey, everyone. It's been...
Hang on. We'll read this in another live because I'm going to send you guys over to Kresha. But check this out. I want to read a couple of these things. See. Okay, graphic details without clear necessity. Examples: binding children, starvation, mouth grabbing framed as precursor to strangulation. Speculation that children would have been murdered. Some of this is relevant, but some of it is presented without explicit content warnings, without pausing to recenter the victims, and without distinguishing fact versus inference. Victim First Analysis asks, is this detail necessary to honor the victim or primarily to strengthen the argument? In several places, it functions as the latter. There's a lot in this, but let's see. Trance discussion. A large portion of time is devoted to whether Jodie's trance was real, snake handling anecdotes, tongues versus English speech, manipulation mechanics. Meanwhile, the children suffering during that same period receives comparatively less sustained attention. This unintentionality shifts empathy away from victims and towards fascination with the perp. Oh, here we go. Lori Vallow parallels. There are legitimate parallels. Religious delusion, dehumanization, zombies, obedience is virtue and removal of children. However, repeatedly invoking they would have been murdered, exact same case. Copycat crime can sensationalize, collapse distinctions, and turn victims into narrative chess pieces. Victim-centered framing would slow this down and ask, what does this comparison do for the victims and not the analysis? Biggest overarching issue is perpetrators are explored and victims are implied. The narrative energy flows towards Ruby's psychology, Jodie's manipulation, Kevin's passivity, cultural systems, and cult mechanics, rather than repeatedly returning to what did this mean for the children, what did this feel like day to day, and what harm persists even now. Yeah, so that's just a little rundown. We're going to get in our Cooter DeVille now. Thank you for joining me this afternoon. I really appreciate it. I really like spending my Saturday with you.
I think the devil drives a Cooter DeVille. I saw the dreadlocks over the hill.
I'd rather be with you guys than anywhere else.
Time to kill.
I
Wait,
promise.
Cootersville.